Hi everyone, today I thought I would do this absolutely adorable door. I just love colouring doors, and when I did my little flip through of Ivy and the Inky butterfly, which this is, I just wanted to colour this door, so that's what I'm going to do. And you're going to join me, hopefully. Now I've got my Castle Art Botanical set, because there's lots of browns and greens and things. I think it will just suit this picture. We do need to think about the sort of background as well, but I'm just going to start with the door. I'm going to start with using the yellow ochre, and I'm just going to do a light layer of that on the frame and the door. You'll see what I'm doing later, and on this bit. I just want to get a sort of base layer down. I'm not going to do it on these hingy bits. Let's just go down there. Those won't be this colour. But all of this will be wood. So this is our sort of basic wood. When you're doing wood, it's actually a good idea to colour it in that direction, because, well, whichever direction you want the wood grain to run in, and I think it would be this direction. Now I haven't used Castle Arts in my previous Ivy book. I think I used all polychromos, so it's nice to use something different. Now my last Ivy book, I did all the Dragon Queens pictures, all Ivies, all the butterflies in the same colour, so it was consistent through the book, and I wrote them down in my sketchbook which colours I'd use for which, and always went back to those colours. Actually Ivy, I remember, was in Stedler, thinking about it, Stedler Ergosoft, but I'm not going to do that in this version. In this version I'm going to give myself free rein so I can use any colour I want. I think it would be more fun, because what I did with my last one is I coloured the butterfly and then I didn't like it, and then I had to keep colouring it the same colours that I didn't like. I don't want to do that, make that mistake again, so I'm going to not. So there's a basic wood. It's not very even or neat, but I don't mind, because we're going to go over it. Now I'm going to go over, I'm going to go into the edge of the door here first with a darker colour. Sorry, this is the raw umber. So and I just want to mark that out, because I want to make this look slightly three-dimensional, so that the door frame is excuse me, got a frog in my throat. So the door frame is sticking out slightly, because I think that's how it would be. So we're going to try that all the way around, and hopefully that will work. We may go over that in a darker colour. Now this is a bit odd at the bottom. It's quite thick. I don't know if this is meant to be the door frame really, or whether this bit is the frame, but anyway, this is how I'm doing it now. So I'm going to bring that down a little, away from the centre, away from the edge, I mean, towards the centre, sorry, not making much sense. And here, and here. It's been rather nice to have a different book to colour in, as much as I absolutely love Worlds of Wonder, and I'm not going to stop colouring that, to be able to do some videos that are a little bit different. So I don't know whether you're getting bored of Worlds of Wonder and doing my planner on a Monday. It's a bit of a change. So around the window frame I want to also do a similar effect, try and make it look more three-dimensional. So I'm going in quite hard, but I want it slightly darker at the bottom to make it look like the light is coming from above. And same with the door handle. So I'm going to do it all the way around, but a bit thicker underneath. Excuse me. And here underneath our hinges. So all the way around, but thicker on those bits underneath. I like these pages in Ivy where you've got little things to colour. It's they're good for videos, I think. Whole pages are too long. There are brilliant people who do whole page videos already. I don't think I need to do those for you. I thought I would do something a bit different and just do smaller things. Whether I do all of the things on this page or not, I don't know. Depend on how popular this video is probably, and how I decide to do them. So there's that. We've sort of outlined everything. I hope you can see. It's a little bit difficult to zoom in so that you can see the whole thing. Maybe I can zoom in just a little. Oh, it doesn't like me zooming in anyway. There we go. Now, the glass I've got to think about. Is it going to have a nice welcoming shiny light, or is it going to be sort of cold and grey? I'm just having a look. I'm trying to look at the story a little bit and see whether oh, it's the castle dungeon door. No, we'll make it grey. So we'll grab our Payne's grey and we'll do a few sort of stripes across like that, and it looks a bit glassy. That's the idea. Now we need to do these door handle and brackets as well. Now I'm thinking a silvery colour will work, so I'm keeping my Payne's grey in my hand, but I'm applying it more gently. So on the edge here, it's my darkest part. Gonna fade it here, make it a little bit darker here, and fade it here, darker, and then start to fade, and leave a little white there, and hopefully that looks a little bit metallic. Now, if you wish, you can use a silver pencil, a silver gel pen, something like that. I'm doing the same thing here, so darker on the edges and then starting to fade. But I like giving the impression of silver and gold with my pencils. I haven't tried to do it with these castle art, so it's quite an interesting experiment. So I've left that bit white and that bit white. And with the door handle, I'm thinking it'll be darker here. We've got like a shadow, plus this is like a door knob. So it's going to be dark on the outside and it will catch the light in the middle, like that. And I'm thinking maybe it will shine in the same direction as this. So let's make it lighter in some areas and darker in others, like that. There. Okay. Now I'm going to go in back to the door. I haven't finished the main part of the door yet with my darkest brown, which is the burnt umber, and I'm going to start marking out some parts. So firstly I'm going to emphasize this shadowing just by going over just this edge bit. I'm not going to do it on all of the areas, just the just this bit. Okay, and now these lines that are going down here, I'm going to go over the top of these, hard pressure. Where there are dots, I just go over, because I can't do little dot details with a pencil. You could use a fine liner pen for this. And now what we're doing is emphasising the fact that it's wood and that there are separate panels of wood in the door as Johanna has drawn it. But for me that isn't enough of a wood effect. The door still looks too smooth. So what I want to do is do some little lines through the wood to make it look a bit more woody. I'm going to sharpen my pencil to a sharp point if I can, and then we're going to follow the same direction but do some small lines all over like this. I hope you can see what I'm doing, trying to keep them as fine as I can. Oh, such fun. I do so love doing doors. I don't know why. Actually, interestingly, my aunt likes doors and doorways. She likes taking photos of them when she goes on her travels. Well, she's not travelling at the moment, not many people are, but she used to travel the world and see all sorts of beautiful architecture when her children were little, before I was born I think. She hasn't travelled much lately, but she's hoping to come to the UK sometime, which would be lovely, but we have to wait until everybody's safe and everything else, and wait and see. Right, so we've now got a little wood grain effect. I hope you can see that. Now the other thing I want to do is on this sort of batony piece around the edge of the door, I want to just slightly darken each edge to make it look like it's slightly rounded. Now I'm not going to use this really dark burnt umber because we've used that on the inside to create the shadow, so I don't want to use it again or else our shadow won't be emphasized. So I'm using the raw umber instead, and what I'm going to try and do is just go over the top of Johanna's lines that she's drawn on the very outside and inside of this. And hopefully it will just give the impression that this is not just a flat piece around the frame of the door, and it's quite simple, and it usually works quite well, so fingers crossed that it will work this time. It's always quite difficult until you finish to see whether it has worked. Oh, that was a bit narrow, so it came together. A bit easier down here and under here, and then I can sit back and think, yeah, I think that worked quite well. Just going to bring it in a little bit on the bottom though, because I've got a little bit more room, so just fade it in a bit. There we go. Now we have got around the edge of this door, we've got these circular shapes. Now I am thinking that they are little gemstones, but this is a dungeon. So I'm thinking, are they black shiny gemstones? Just you know, to give you a bit of a warning. Now they're sitting around them are these little gaps. I'm going to do these in the Payne's grey, as if it's a sort of cement. I'm going to do it quite dark because I want it to look different to the window and the handle and all those other items that we've also done in grey. So I'm going to push down quite hard here. It doesn't matter too much if I go over the edge of the round parts because they're going to be black, but be careful on the door frame, etc. Now I'm also thinking about, what is this behind this door? It's supposed to be a dungeon door, so what is this behind it? Is it must be in a wall? So we need to think about how we're going to colour that. We've got these lovely leaves, but what's that wall? What's it going to be like? Is it is there a brick wall? Do we need to draw in bricks? Or is it just a painted wall, or is it covered in moss? So it'll be green. Just having a think about that while colouring in all these little gaps. I mean, we could do it this grey colour, but we've got a lot of grey going on, so I have to have a think. That one's a bit squished, isn't he? I'm wondering whether black's going to be a bit sombre, but as I say, it's a dungeon door, so maybe they would really just be stones, not gems, but I want to make them gems. I think that'll look nicer, more fun. Sorry, this is a bit fiddly, taking a while to do, but hopefully not too boring. So yeah, I'm going to grab my black. Now with these black gemstones, I'm not going to do just a whole black. I'm going to do them darker on one side than the other and just fade them out a little. Hopefully you'll be able to see that they're a bit lighter on one side than the other. I'm just doing that because I think it gives more of an impression of shine. Oh, I just remembered I need to check my bank balance. Isn't that exciting? I thought I'd inform you all of that exciting fact. I've been meaning to do it since earlier. I keep forgetting. I don't think anything exciting is going to happen in there though. I just like to check it every so often, see what's going on. I haven't had much work lately, so I haven't been paid, but that's okay. It's given me time to film lots of videos, which is good, and I've been thinking about other ways to make money, so that's been fun. And my husband works full-time and earns plenty. We're extremely fortunate. We never have to worry if I'm out of work. And actually he's usually quite pleased if I've got more leisure time. So I'm making these darker on the left, all of them. And I'm going to go in with the gel pen after and highlight them all as well to make them look really shiny. Hopefully they'll look more gemstone-like. But even if they just look like normal stones, that's okay. Right, I'll pop that down. I'm going to grab my gel pen, which is this one, and just do a little some marks on each one. A little shine mark. There we go. I'm not sure how gemstony they look. They've sort of faded into the grey background, haven't they? Don't really look that gemstony, but hey ho. we'll move on to some leaves anyway. Now I'm going to do the Viridian to start with on the leaves. I need to sharpen that a little bit. Oh, wrong hole in the sharpener. Excuse me, and my plan is to do these stalky bits with this dark green. And then part of the oak leaves. It's quite dark for an oak leaf, isn't it, this? Just a little bit, and then I'll grab a lighter colour for the rest. So none on that one because it's just the top. Maybe just a touch on this one. These aren't oak leaves. I think I'll do them the same colour anyway. I just think it'll look a little bit... Oops, missed that one out. Getting ahead of myself then. Of course, another option I have is for the background on this to be the same as the background on all of the other little pictures on this page. I could do that. I don't know if that will work though. So. Just keeping an eye on the time, making sure it's not time for the children to come home. It's because I'm filming this in advance. They would have already finished school by the time this video gets put up, but it'll be the holidays for them. But I'm filming in advance because when they're here I can't film, so it's better to try and do them in advance as much as I can. Otherwise I have to send them upstairs or something while I'm filming, and it feels mean. So I'm just trying to get way ahead. Okay, that's that layer of Viridian, and I'm going to grab the the oxide of chrome to add the next layer. So I'm going over the top of the Viridian, then taking it up towards the top. I'm going to add one more colour to those oak leaves, but these I'm going to keep this dark, so I shall take this right to the top, and then they'll look a little bit different from each other. So on this one again, I'm not taking it all the way to the top. I'm hoping that gel pen's dry because I'm running my hand through it by mistake. There we go, and lastly I'm going to go in with the, oh, you couldn't see the top, oh gosh, I'm sorry. There we go, oh, it's not too bad. Sap green, so this is just for the oak leaves. I'm going to go over the whole leaf in the sap green. There we go. And I'm still thinking hard about this background. I'm thinking, is it going to be green? Because it's a sort of foresty picture, isn't it? So I'm wondering whether to pop some green in the background and it can maybe look like there's more leaves. And I think that will give it some more warmth compared to doing it sort of grey bricks. We've got so much grey and black going on. So those were not going to go over in the sap green. So what I'm going to do is use a very light green. This is the leaf green light for the background. It's really pale, but I'm not going to leave it as the only colour. Unless, actually I might do. I think that's looking rather nice. I'll see how it looks. I was thinking I might want to tone it down with a ochre or something, but I don't know. I might just like this. Let's see how it looks when I'm done. I can't visualise in my head how it's going to look. I've just got to put the colour down on the paper and be daring, and then have a look and see. Oh, it's very bright, isn't it? It's almost neon-y, but I really like it. I've never used this on its own before. I usually use it mixing with other colours. I'm just going to sit back and see where I've missed. Maybe put another layer on places. There, I've missed a bit there, haven't I? You notice I'm not worrying about going over the leaves. It's because I'm not pressing that hard. And they're all green at the end of the day. There, I'm going to leave it like that. I really like that. I don't know if you can see it properly. Hang on, let's move it down a little bit. There we go. So there's our little door. I hope you had fun with that. I would advise you, if you're doing this door, to do your, if you're going to do gemstones, do them a different colour. Blue, emerald green, purple, pink, something like that, even red. I think maybe, yeah, red I think would be really good. They'll show up a lot better than my choice, which was the old black. So there we go. Well, thank you very much for watching. Hope you had fun with that one and enjoyed it, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, today I'm going to be doing another little bit of this page from Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. This is a page with lots of small images on, and I'm choosing this really little itty one to do today. I thought it would be great fun just to do the little butterfly. So I'm using my Castle Arts Botanical set of pencils because I use them for the door, so I thought I would continue and use them for the little butterfly. Now I'm looking at this. Now I have decided I'm just going to start the butterfly's body in the Payne's Grey while I talk. I have decided that I'm not going to do the butterfly the same colour in every picture. So whether this is the butterfly or just a butterfly, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to colour it however I wish. I'm not going to keep the things consistent through the book. So I've done a light layer of grey, and then I'm going to try to do a slightly darker layer around the edges to give it a slightly more three-dimensional look to the whole body. There we go. I'm sorry, it's very small. I can't zoom in any more than that or else it goes blurred with my camera. So now colour wise, we've got a sort of almost little pretty rainbowy look here, and then we've got our butterfly. I haven't really decided what colour, but I think I'm going to do it quite vibrant. So I'm going to start with a red ochre at the centre of the butterfly, and go right down. I did mean to do that, I went over the line, but I'm going to fade it towards the edge of the wings. You notice I'm not taking notice of the patterns that are drawn on it. I've just decided to go for something a bit different. So red slowly fading out. I just want it to be a really vibrant butterfly, like that. Now with these stripes at the side, I'm going to do this one red and this one red. You'll see what's going on as it develops. There we go. Okay, next I'm going for orange, and I've got cadmium orange. Oh, I'm holding it miles away out of the shot, right at the top of the page where you can't see. And I'm going to start here where I started to fade the red with quite a heavy layer, and you can see it then blends in, and then reduce it towards the edge of the wing. The same on the bottom. There we go, and just blend it out. And another one of these. It's quite a fun picture, this. It's little but great fun. There we go. And then I'm going to grab my sort of darkest yellow, which again I'm holding miles out of shot, the cadmium yellow, and I'm going to finish off by going over the edge of that orange and taking that right to the tip of the wing. It's not a realistic look for this butterfly, but I think it's quite fun. Looks like a sunset butterfly, doesn't it? There we go, and the same on this one. And then this colour here. Here. Now this bottom piece underneath I'm going to do in the golden yellow, which is a lighter yellow. It looks cream there, but it isn't if you look at the tip. It is a lighter yellow though. And although there's none on the butterfly, I think it just works with the other colours that are there. And then we've just got the background to do. Which I'm going to do in a blue, as if it's the sky. I've got the cerulean blue light, that's my lightest blue. I'm just going to sharpen it. Now I don't want it to be particularly vibrant, so I'm just going to try and add it quite lightly, and we'll see how it works out. So I'm using a light pressure, but I am layering over a little bit, so a couple of times, and I'm looking carefully to try to get a fairly even finish to it. Now often when I do a butterfly I do a bit of black on the edge of its wings. I'm wondering whether to do that on this one as well. I think it'll work well with the colours that I've chosen. sure whether I can get my pencil sharp enough, but I think I can. So I'm going to pick the black. It's called Ivory Black. Okay, I've sharpened it. Just blowing the end of it. So all I'm going to do really is to extend Johanna's line all the way around the wing, and the same down here. Oh, I've just snapped the end, hold on. It's very easy to do. My pencils kept snapping all the time yesterday, but today they're behaving, which is always good. So all the way around the edge. Now quite often I will do some little white dots on top of the black, which I quite like to try and do here, but we're going to need a really fine dot. So I'm going to choose my 5 Jelly Roll 05. I'm just going to scribble with it and get it going off camera, and try and do some minuscule dots. Oops. Just along there and a few at the bottom. I think that's enough. I don't want to do too many. You can't really see, but believe me, they are there. So there is, I hope you can see actually. I can just about see in the little screen. If it's on a big screen, you should be able to see that. So there we go. That's it. That's our little butterfly motif. Just a short one today. But I hope you enjoyed that and it may have given you a few ideas. So thank you very much for watching and happy colouring. Hi everyone, today we're going to do a little bit more of this page from Ivy in the Inky Butterfly. We've done the door and the butterfly. I thought it would be fun to do these little bees today. I'm using the Castle Arts Botanical set again, which I used for the other two. I thought it was rather nice to keep it the same. And before I start doing the main picture, I'm going to decide on the background, I think, because that will determine some of the colours that I use. Now we've got a green foresty background here and we've got a blue one here, so I want to do something a little bit different here. And I was so sorry, my mobile rang. Okay, so I've decided I'm going to do a dark brown background. Might sound a bit odd, but I think it's going to work well with the bees. I think they're going to stand out. So I'm going to use the burnt umber, and I'm not going to do a really hard brown background. Just going to keep it quite light, like this, little gentle circles. So I'm just going to do that first. Now I know some people colour those bits in. I always think that it's a sort of turned over piece of very thin antennae or vine that Johanna does, so I don't colour them in often. I tend to just colour them over with the background. So you can see, although I'm doing this dark colour, it's not looking really, I'm not pressing very hard. I may go over it in another colour to reduce the amount of paper showing through when I finished, but I'm just going to do it like this to start with and we'll see. Sorry about that phone call, my mobile phone. Second call I've had today from someone saying they're some official person from somewhere or other. There's a pre-recorded message which is I just ignore. I'm not really sure how my mobile number gets onto these calls, but hey ho. I've started giving it to more people lately and I guess it gets sold or passed on, annoyingly, but that's life I guess these days, isn't it, for us all. Now bees' wings, I had some fun in Worlds of Wonder doing a bee's wing with some sparkly gel pens, which I thought was great fun. but I don't think I'm going to do that on this page. I think if you do some sparkles, they need to be, you know, through the page. Now, because we've got lots of little pictures on this page, I would feel that we'd have to do quite most of the pictures with a little sparkle highlight here or there. And although that's lovely, and you could certainly do that, it's not something that I was planning on doing here. So we shall do the wings in a different way, a non-sparkly way. And with sparkles, I know some people use stickles, which are fun as far as I can tell. I've never used them. I think they're almost like a glitter glue, so they add a little layer of glitter without changing the colour. There are some coloured ones as well, I gather, but I have been looking at them, but I've not got any at the minute. Now with the bees, what I think, I'm not going to do them all identically. I'm going to change them about a little bit. Now bees always have black and yellow, but we might change the yellow, so sometimes it's more goldy yellow, more orangey yellow, or more browny yellow. So, but I'm going to start with the black, and then that will give me my guide as to where the yellows are going to go. I always do these eye bits as a black. It always feels like they should be. So what I'm trying to do is do a darker black around the outside and slightly lighter in the middle. I don't know whether it's really working or showing up. I'm also going to do this head part, whatever it is, I assume it's the head, in black as well. And use the same technique. So it's a bit lighter in the middle and a bit darker on the edges, like that. And I've got a little line here. I'm going to incorporate that into that stripe, or else we're not going to get much colour in it. So this one's going to be black. Again, fade it towards the centre. You could even use a dark grey, or you know, start with black and fade it down towards grey as you get towards the middle. I'm just applying less pressure on the black. There's two reasons I'm not using grey. One, because I think bees tend to be black, so I want to use black, but also there's only one grey in here, and I'm going to be using that for the wings. Now this one is an odd design because we've got the eyes and the face, so I'm thinking I'm going to do this outside bit, which I've just drawn on and need to erase, in yellows. Oh, that's all smudged, never mind. And do this sort of internal facey bit in black. Just going to have to hope that smudge doesn't show up too much. So I'm going to do the eyes in the same way. So, and then this bit I'm actually going to do in a lighter black, so that it just looks a little bit different. So I'm putting a light layer. I'm going to bring in some darker, but not as dark as the eyes. There we go. Now this head, it's got no those sort of eye bits. I don't know what they are, eyes. I don't know much about bees' eyes. I know flies have loads of eyes. It's quite strange, but it's what makes them so fast. And we do the same with this one. I realise I haven't done the stripes. I'm just getting a bit carried away with heads. There we go. So because this is going to be yellow, this middle stripe will be our other black stripe. That, so fading it towards the middle. You could even leave a little white in the middle, but I feel that it would have some black even in the middle, because they're not ultra shiny like metal or glass. But what this does is not only give shine, but it gives shape. The darker bits will give the impression they're more shadowy. Now this one, see, I think I have to do this big bit coloured, but these other larger areas in black. There's going to be quite a lot of black in this one, but maybe that it's good that they don't look the same anyway. And here. And then for the tail part. There we go. It's all the same technique throughout. Okay, let's just move those colours away. Now some, as I say, some of the bees I'm going to do orange and yellow, so I'm going to use these two shades, the cadmium orange and the cadmium yellow. So if we do a couple with these and then we'll do a couple with the other shades. So I think I might do these two the same and these two the same, or I could do the outside the same and the middle two the same. I'll start with this one, and we're going to do a darker layer of orange here and just fade it, and then here as well. That's quite orangey, isn't it? Bees aren't normally orange, but hey ho. And I'm going to do this one. I don't know why, I just suddenly decided that's what I'm going to do. It's no good being indecisive, particularly when you're making a video. You're not going to wait for me to spend ages making it up my mind. And I'm an impatient colourer. I want to be colouring. I don't want to be choosing colours or pictures, pages. So if I can't choose a colour, I just grab one or ask someone. If I can't choose, we're swapping to the yellow. If I can't choose a page to colour, I just open one randomly, or again ask someone, or I just either start from the beginning or the end of the book. I'm colouring over the yellow, the orange, because it's very vibrant, and I'm really fading towards the centre. And again, I'm going to do the same here. If I colour over the orange, it really does tone it down quite a bit. So we still get that darker feel without that really bright brush orange, which is a lovely orange, but not really very bee-like. Okay, that's one way of doing them. They're quite fiery, don't they? Oh well, that's them. Now another way is to do it with more, we've got this yellow ochre terracotta light, some more browny yellows. So I'm going to, the yellow ochre is the darker of the two, so I'm going to start with that one and go around the edge like this. Oh, the sun's shining, that's nice. It was raining earlier. Then that's the UK for you, and the same here. I remember watching a video of Johanna's when she said Scotland, they get all the weather in one day. I don't think it's just Scotland, we're in the southwest of England and we often get the same thing too. So now we're going for our lighter shade, which is the terracotta light, to finish off exactly the same way we did with the yellow and orange. So I'm just going over what we've done and then pulling some more colour towards the centre with a lighter pressure, leaving not much white, if any. So we haven't really got a very yellowy looking bee here. We've got them looking a bit different. Now we have got the page in this book with loads of bees, so if you wanted to do every bee unique on that page, there are a few ideas here for you, aren't there? So there we go. I'm actually quite tempted to get my cadmium yellow and just go over the top of these to make them a little bit more yellowy. You don't have to do this, depends what you're looking for. Of course, there are bees that are browner in colour, so you might just like that effect. Let's just warm them up a little bit. There we go. Now we're going to do their wings. Now I'm going to use a grey. Now usually, oops, dropping it. This is a Payne's grey, it's quite dark. Usually I will go for a very light grey. As I've only got this one, I'm going to have to press really, really gently. And I want to lighten it towards the tip, so I'm going to give it the least amount of pressure I can. So just the tiniest bit here and then a lot less here. You could go over the black lines here with a white pen to really make it look very light, but I do find that if you do that in some places, it looks a little odd if you don't do it everywhere else on the page, or at least in a few more places. So I'm not going to do that. There we go. So it's just the same technique on every bee. So although we've changed it up a little bit with the yellows, we've kept the black and the greys the same, and then it keeps them looking as if they're still part of the group. There we go. And now we've got a few leaves and flowers to do. Let me think. I rather like the sap green, so I'm going to use that. This is my darker green. I need 2 shades for what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the darker green on the tips and then fade that down towards the bottom of the leaf. So you can choose any green that you like. I don't think it really matters at all. There we go. And then I'm going to pick, I was going to pick a lighter green now, which the leaf green light, it looks almost yellow in the camera, and I just go over the whole thing and get some lighter colour on the end. This one I find acts quite like a yellow. It doesn't really, it's quite difficult to blend into it. So I'm going to go back to my sap green and just add a little more to just try and make sure I don't have a blend line where I can see the different, where the green, one green ends and the other begins. So I just colour over that a bit, and it looks a little bit more blended. That's all I'm doing, just a little tiny touch. Now we have the flowers. Now because we've got a lot of browns and oranges and things going on, I want to keep with that. So I'm going to do the flowers in a red ochre, because I think that works with the colours. If we'd gone for pink or purple, I'm not sure it would have worked with this sort of theme. So I want to do this outside bit really dark, because it's going to, this is almost the a second set of petals underneath, so we're going to do those dark, and then the petals slightly lighter, so we can still start dark here but reduce the amount of colour as we come towards the outside. So a few more layers here. You can see I'm over colouring, so I'm colouring extra here and then reducing it out. I'm also adjusting the pressure I'm putting down on the pencil so that there's less as I go out towards the edge of the leaf. I'm also going to add a bit of orange to that, but not to the lower one. This is just the cadmium orange that we used before. So not to the lower set, but just to this top set. And it will make it more vibrant without making it darker. It should mix with the red and end up looking quite pretty. There we go. And the centres, I'm afraid I'm going to be quite boring and go with a yellow, just because we've got a very small space and it will tie it all together with the bees. I just think it will work. And now we're at the point where we decide whether we want to make the background a little bit darker. I don't think I want to put down any more brown, but I want it to burnish into the paper a little more. So I'm going to try and do that with a blender. Now I know a burnisher is what burnishes, but once you've burnished, you can't colour over the top again. So I'm going to use the Caran d'Ache pencil blender, and I'm going to hope that I can cover up that white paper. And what this means is it's not, if I find an area is a bit short of brown, I should be able to go back in and put the pencil in without fear that I've burnished it so much that I can't, I've got no tooth left in the paper to add any more brown. So I'm just going through the whole of the background with this blender. Now you can use any brand of blender or blending solution that you want to for this, or you can just add another layer of brown if you're happy with it going darker. You might think that it would be good darker. I just want to make sure that we can distinguish between the brown on the background and the black on the bees. I want the black to stand out, not the brown. If the brown's too dark, I think the bees would disappear into the background. So that's my reasoning. Obviously, it's up to you how you approach it. Okay, just filling on all these lip gaps and having a look. I think I'm definitely going to get my brown pencil back out again, but I won't need to put down so much brown now. So this is the one we used before the burnt umber. And I'm just going to go particularly over these areas here. You can see where there's quite a lot of white. I can try and just keep it as even as I can. I feel like this side here is a little bit darker than the other side as well somehow. So, you know, around the edges of items I often miss bits. Sometimes it's easier to do your background last and then you don't miss bits. But it's a matter of personal choice. I alter when I do it depending on my mood. If I've got a really big background that's all the same, then I might do a bit of it and then do a bit of the foreground and go back and forth a little bit so that it's a bit more interesting, because if you're doing the same thing all the time it can get a little dull. It depends what mood you're in. Sometimes I'm just in the mood of doing something really mundane. I just want to not have to think. But other times I'm interested in doing colour choices and blends and exciting things. Like this morning I just needed to not do adulting for a while, and I just grabbed my Bambino crayons and just had a lovely fun colour without having to think about anything. So that was nice. Right, how are we doing? I'm liking that. I'm going to leave that alone now. I know if I add too much more it's going to get too dark, although I can see a bit I missed there. Fiddly and here. But anyway, that's pretty much done. So there are bees, and I don't think they look, now the background's a little bit darker, I don't think they look too madly orange. So there we are. But that's that one. We shall continue in the future with more. I will get this page finished. I will do each little bit, but it just may take me a while because I want to mix it up with other books and other pages as well. So there we go. So thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, today we're going to be doing this lovely little cutie little picture. This is from Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. We've been doing some of the other pictures from this page as well. I'm just working through the page and I thought I would just share with you what I was doing. I'm trying to get it straight. There we go. Now it's hanging off the table. It's really not behaving very well. There we go. Right, so we will start. I'm using my Castle Arts pencils, which I have used for all the other parts of this page. I'm not matching the pages at all. The pictures, I mean, I'm doing them all quite differently. The thing that's the same is the brand of pencils, and I'm just having fun with it really. So I'm going to start with this oak leaf. Now we did do oak leaves here, up here, look, but I don't know what I used to colour them with, so I'm just going to have a go and see what happens really. I quite like to do oak leaves with a little bit of brown around the outside, so I'm actually going to do that and show you how I do them. So I'm grabbing, actually that's a bit pale, sorry, I'm changing my mind. My pencils are in the wrong order, it's confused me a little bit. I'm going to use the raw umber to do the very edge and to put some brown in there. This is the sort of autumnal look. And I'm going to do a layer around the edge of each of these little, what do you call them? Sticky outy pieces. I don't know. And then once I've done a sort of layer, I'm just going to sharpen this up. It's a bit fat for my liking, a little bit pointier. I find these castle arts sharpen really nicely. So I'm going to get it to the edge and I'm just going to fade it out a little bit so I can blend it into some green in a minute. So I'm just doing little circles on a light layer. I'm going to go back to this one, just tidy it up. It was a bit scruffy because the pencil was blunt. And here we can just gently start to blend it. So we're blending it into nothing at the minute, but that means that when we put the green on, it will hopefully mix together nicely, but we can always layer it up if it isn't quite right. Now I'm going to pick the browniest green, if that makes any sense, to this, whoops, I didn't want to come out though. And for me that's the oxide of chrome. Again, I'm going to give it a sharpen. Sounds a bit vicious, that one, when I'm sharpening. Okay, and I'm going to just do a light layer over the top of the brown. It's quite dark, this one, isn't it? And then in towards the middle. It's not really mixing, it's actually covering it up. You can see my little circles that I'm using. This is a bit dark for an oak leaf, I think. But anyway, we'll lighten it up in a minute. I'm just going to try and reduce it a bit towards the middle so you don't get a line. That's all I'm going to do with that. I'm going to try and pick a lighter colour. I think the sap green might work for us. Again, it needs to sharpen. So, and now we'll go for it. And I'm going to go over the top of all of it, just gently, with my sap green. I'm fading it towards the centre still because I'm going to add another colour. Got a lot of colours in this leaf. I think because we've got such a small picture, we're not going to take long to finish it, so it'll be fun to add a few layers. Now I'm going to grab the terracotta light. That was the colour I grabbed at the beginning and I changed my mind, and I'm going to just sharpen this one. And I'm going to use it to bring everything together. So I'm going to go over the whole thing in this one. And hopefully that will help to merge the browns and greens and yellows and everything else together to make a fun looking leaf. It's actually a little bit darker than I was hoping, so I'm actually only going to go over the darker areas with this. Or I'm going to do it really lightly in the middle, and I'm going to find a paler colour. Paler again, yes, cadmium yellow I think we use, and that's, yeah, I'm going to confidently go over that with a hard layer. That's going to just tone it down and bring it together. Now here we have quite a harsh line. I can see where the green ends and the yellow begins. I'm not very happy with that, but I can change that. Once I put on the amount of yellow that I want, I can grab my green. I think I'm going to grab the sap green and just slightly blend this in, just using a gentle touch to just try and blend out that sharp line. Do the same here. We're going to get the oxide of chrome. We're just going to overlap all this brown just on the edges to just soften it. I mean, you can have a line if you feel that that is how you want it to look. It wasn't what I was going for. There, I'm happy with that now. We've only used 5 colours, it's fine. So now I need to think about a background. I want the leaf to stand out, but I think I'm going to use the cadmium yellow just behind the leaf. I think that will pull out this yellow centre and make it look brighter, I hope. So I'm just going to do an even layer. I'm not going to try and do anything fancy, just because that's what I've done with the backgrounds on all of the others. So although I'm not matching them, I think it's nice to have some consistency. Now I always find yellow quite difficult to work with because I can't see whether I've used it or not. So I'm trying to work within a small area quite closely so that it's easier for me not to miss an area. And this is quite a dark yellow, it's a little bit easier to see than the paler yellows. But even so, I suspect I will miss areas and I won't notice until I take a photo of this when I finish filming. It feels like the camera, when I take a photo, it seems to look really different to when I'm actually filming as a video. I don't really know why, but the camera seems to make everything look a bit scruffier and shows up missed areas more so than the actual videoing process, which is a bit annoying, but hey ho. I've got these 4 little corner pieces. I'm going to do them with other colours from the leaf as well. I'm going to do some green, some brown, I think. So I'm going to grab the oxide of chrome. It's quite the darker green. I don't know why, I've just picked it randomly. I'm going to do this centre one. I'm just going to go harder around the edge of it and then reduce it in the middle a little bit. You may not really see, because there's a small space, that there's much of a difference. But I don't want it to be a really obvious change, because I want it to sort of be blended in a little. Like that, and the same on this one. And then for the others we'll do a brown. And hopefully it will just all tie together. We'll do the raw umber, it's the darker of the browns. I think it will work better. And we'll use the same pattern. So use a sharper edge around the outside and reduce your pressure in the centre. I didn't do a very good job on that one, or that one. It's quite a small space. But there we go. There. And that's finished. That's all there is to that little one. I am going to leave that there. I'm not going to go on and do a different picture. Some of these are quite big and will take some time. So we'll just leave that one for today. So there we go. So thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. It's a nice little one for you to have a little go at. And happy colouring. Hi everyone, today we're going to be colouring the dragon on this page from Ivy and the Inky butterfly. It's quite fun to have a go at a dragon. I haven't done one in this copy yet. Now some people I know will want to colour every dragon the same in their book. There are several dragons, there's not just a dragon queen, there are other dragons as well. I'm not going to worry about that in this copy of the book. I'm just going to have fun with it, go for the page and do what I want on that particular day. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm not going to colour the whole of this though in this video, probably, because there is quite a lot on this page. So I'm probably going to do a few of the leaves to show you and not do all of them. Maybe some of the dragon, some of the wing, that sort of thing. And maybe not the background, just so that I can show you an idea without going on and on for ages. But we'll see how the time takes us. I'm going to zoom in so that it's a little easier for you to see, and I'm going to start with these leaves at the top. Now these to me always look like ivy leaves, and I always think they need to be a sort of more bluey greeny colour. That's how I'm going to do them today. So I'm going to start with my Viridian. Sorry, it's not catching the light very well, is it? Which, if I'm using the Castle Art, sorry, which I've used for all the other pictures on this page. Start with the Viridian, and I'm going to mark out the areas that I think will be darker on the leaf. So I'm going to go quite hard down in the sort of stem area and down towards this bottom part. I've got quite a heavy hand, and then I'm going to now start fading that up. So by pushing lighter on the pencil, using less layers, and generally reducing the amount of pencil being laid down on the page. But I'm also going to do a dark area up here in this pointy part as well. And then I'm going to fade that down. Now when you're fading it, you want to make it as faint as possible towards the end, or else you get a blend line, which I don't like. very much. In fact, I'm just going to join them together like that, and then it avoids it all together. I'm also going to do this part here in a really dark, a dark viridian line. So this is dark, so we're not going to do any shading here. It's just a dark colour. And the same over here. And the leaf here is going to be done in the same, so fade it, and then a little darker in the corner, fade down towards the middle. And this one the same, so this bit really dark. Just doing that because it's the sort of thing that I'm likely to forget to do altogether. And lighten it up towards the centre, darker on the ends, push a few layers in there, and there we go. And now we're going to get the next colour. So we're going to go for the phthalo green light and just go over the top, really, of those lighter areas. And it just adds, I don't know why that bit's lighter, but we shall go over that. It just adds a different colour, which makes the leaf look a little more interesting, and gives the sort of idea that the leaf isn't all one colour. Leaves often aren't. So I would use exactly the same method with the other leaves that are lower down. I'm not going to show you. I think you can do it. It's not tricky. You can always pause the video right now and do it straight away if you're colouring along with me, and then you won't forget what I did, because we're going to launch onto the dragon next. Now the colour of the dragon is always an interesting thing to consider. We have got the scales on the chest, we've got the main body, we've got these little dots, and we've got the wings and the beard and face and things. And are we going to do them all the same colour, or shades of the same colour, or something a bit different? Now I have got my Castle Arts here. I've got a very limited colour palette as well, which makes it a little more tricky for me, but that's fine. I'm up for a challenge. Now often I would do my dragons green. I don't know why, it just feels like the right colour for a dragon. Obviously they're real and we all know what colour they are. So but today I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to step out of that comfort zone and not do him green, or her even. I'm just looking and choosing. I can do a red and orange and yellow, which could be quite fun, but if we were going to do fire we wouldn't see it, but there's no fire with this dragon, so we could do that. We could do sort of purpley pinks, or sort of pinky purples, or bluey purples, or blues. So I've only got two of a lot of things, so I think I'm going to go for, I'll show you my sort of choice, because I can do quite a few colours here. I'm going to do the red. This is the red ochre, the cadmium orange, the cadmium yellow. Sorry, let's show you them. And the golden yellow. I'm going to use those. I don't know how much of each I'm going to use, but we'll see. So I'm going to start with my red ochre and do a few highlights. Now, as I say, we're not going to do the whole dragon, so we'll just have to I'll show you what I would do anyway. We'll get there. You'll have enough so that you can do it, so don't worry. So do some red here, just at the bottom of this sort of beardy bit. I'm not pressing too hard. I don't want it really dark, like that. Then I'm thinking about where am I going to put this red for a nice impact. I'm going to do it on the nose. I'm actually going to do that bit black inside, so it looks like we've got a little hole in the nose, you know, which we would. And so you see what I'm doing, I'm just picking little areas where I think it might be fun to have a little bit of red. It's quite random, it's just sort of edges and things like that, really. Maybe along the back here on these bits. Oh, there's a pigeon flying past my window. I thought it was going to come and sit and stare at me like one did the other day. Freaky pigeon. Right, I'm not going to worry about those scales yet. I'm going to concentrate. We've got enough going on here with different areas. So now I'm grabbing my cadmium orange, so it's out of shot. There we go. And I'm going to actually do the whole of this bit here in the orange. So I'm going to go over this red area gently. I don't want a big amount of orange on top of the red, but I just want to make it easier to blend in. A hard layer of orange here, and then gently reduce it here. Now try not to get any on the teeth. It's quite nice if they're white to really stand out, but if you do, you do. You can always go over them in a white pen. And here orange. So a harder orange where it's overlapping the red, a little bit less in the centre. And we haven't done this, I'm going to do a little bit here as well. I'm thinking, isn't the eye? Just that bit's the eye. There we go. So here I'm going to do this bit all orange, so harder here and at the top. Just fade it a little bit in the middle. Just try to make sure there's no sort of obvious blend lines. But this bit we're going to bring towards the centre and then fade like that. And here lots of hard layer here and here, and then less in the middle. Under here I might do this all orange. So covering over that red again and then bringing it down. And a bit lighter. I want a little bit darker up there, just so that we can see the contrast there. And the scales on the back here. So I think I'm going to do the whole edge of the body in this sort of orangey colour. I'm going to go over those dots. We'll do those in a bit, in a different, we'll think about what to do with those after. It's easier to go over them. If we try and go round them, well, if I try and go round them, I'll end up making it look scruffy. So I'm just trying to fade that orange out as we come towards the centre of the body, because I want the main body to be a different colour. Now this line around here I'm going to do with the orange as well. I don't know how much of it you can see. I'm actually going to go from here where the dots start around here, but fade that out. And then under here too. Just think it'll look a little more interesting. We've got some orange around here. I'm going to push it up and do this bit too. I know I said I wasn't going to do the whole thing, but I think I need to show you this bit. And the arm. Because I'm trying to think about how to do that. I'm thinking some nice red nail polish. So I'm going to grab my red ochre again. There. Now I think orange on the hands, so back to our cadmium orange, and coming out from the fingers and here. I might do all of that on orange because it's behind, be more shadow. A bit of the orange here I reckon, and under here. Okay, that's that. Now I'm going to grab my cadmium yellow, and I'm actually probably going to do the whole of the body with this. So I'm going to go back over here with it and just try and tone in all this orange, blend it together. If it doesn't blend properly, don't worry, we can come back and work it afterwards. So if you're not happy, this doesn't have to be your final layer of colour. And I'll show you just with this arm what I mean because we've got this line. I think that looks nasty. So I'm going to grab my orange again, and I'm going to go back over that orange line, which is fine, but blend it into the red by just doing some little yellow, sorry, do some little circles just to bring it all together a little bit better. And then get my yellow again back over the top, and we can blend it all together. Yellow is quite a tricky colour to work with at times, so we need to make sure it's behaving. And here the same, so we cover up all this orange with yellow, and hopefully that will help us to get a nice transition between the colours. It's quite nice for blending really. You have to sometimes do a few layers, like I'm going to go back to this orange again down here, but I'm used to using polychromos and you really have to layer those up a lot, so I'm quite happy to keep fiddling with it a little bit until it looks just right for me. I'm thinking there'll be some shadow there, it'll be darker. There we are. I'm happy with that. Just have to keep working it until it looks the way you want it. So carry on with the back here. Can you see? Yes, you can. What do you reckon? Boy or girl dragon? I don't really know. How would you tell? Perhaps we shouldn't be thinking about things like that. It's a bit personal, poor dragon. I don't know if we can tell from this picture. He's got a bit of a beard going on, but that still doesn't mean anything. I quite like this rich yellowy colour. Trying to make sure it's covering the whole of the body, a nice thick layer. So I'm going up and down a few times. And then I'm going to grab my orange again, the cadmium orange, and just blend in those edges until I feel like they look out to my satisfaction. And with these dots it's quite handy because it sort of hides it a little bit. Pull him down now so we can see the face. I've decided it's a him. I don't know why. As I say, with the beard, it's just made me think him. So Mr. Dragon. Should we address you as Mr. Dragon, or should we think of a name for you? Very boring name came into my head then. Fiery the Dragon. How dull is that? I think I would be most offended if that was my name. Fiery the Dragon. Better name begin with D. Dave the Dragon. Nah. Derek the Dragon. Perhaps I found it really hard to name my children, but they'd be relieved they're not called Derek or Fiery. We went through so many baby name books and things, and I could think of names for girls. I wanted Laura after Laura Ingalls Wilder. And my husband was happy with me doing that, but we didn't have a girl. So I'm going back to my cadmium orange just to do the edges again like I did before, so just to blend it in, make it look neat or neater. I'm not a neat colourist, but you know that I'm not very neat, but just to tidy it up a little bit. But yeah, then we came up with a name which happened to be my husband's grandfather's nickname. I'm just going to go over this bit just a little bit faintly, and I think the end of the nose needs a bit of orange. And so I wondered about naming the other boy after my grandfather, but my one grandfather has a name I'm not very fond of, and the other one has already got a child named after him in the family, so we decided, as it was a coincidence that he was named after his grandfather, we wouldn't do anything too much about it. Now I'm going to do that little black bit in the nose because I won't remember otherwise. There we go. Wow, that really changes his face, doesn't it? Now eyes, we've got white and black. I don't know whether to add some colour in there or not. I think I'm going to leave it white. I've got my red in my hand. I'm going to do these little dots in red. It should still show up, even though you've added quite a few layers of colour. If it doesn't, my top tip would be to use a pen. Use a gel pen or a fine liner, something like that for them. Test them in the back of the book first, make sure they don't bleed through, but because we've got layers of pencil underneath, that can help to, you know, form a bigger barrier between the pencil and it leaking through. This is very relaxing. I'm not going to do all the dots, we'll be here all day. I'm going to show you how to do the scales and the bit on the wing. So this red ochre I'm going to use for the scales on the chest. I think they'll really stand out, and I'm going to do them in the same way that I do roof tiles and fish scales, so darker at the top and then lighter as we go down. So I'll show you again, darker here and lighter here. It might be advisable to have quite a sharp pencil for this, because it's quite a small space. I'm going to take my own advice and just sharpen a little bit. I'll just show you a few more and then I shall leave this because it's quite easy. You can pause the video here and just finish it off. I'd like to. What I'm going to do is finish this and use it as the end photo for the video, so you'll be able to see exactly how it looks when it's done. Because I'm having fun. I don't want to not finish doing him, but I'm just aware that the time is running away with us here. So we've got the wing, and that's it's a bit tricky. I've got the red in my hand, so I'm gonna start work with this. So I'm going to do quite a dark bit here and lighten it up here and dark here. I don't know why I'm doing this, it just feels like the right thing to do. There's no rhyme or reason for it. And then reduce it there. And I'm going to take the cadmium orange and just fill in the gap, basically. Go hard over these ends here and reduce it towards the middle, so it's we've still got that fade effect, but we cover over the white paper. Now we've got to decide what to do with this background bit. I'm going to use the cadmium orange for this background area of the wing, just because I think it's going to work well against the body here. I'm not doing any shading with it at all. I'm going to decide whether I need that in a minute. I think it might be okay just being quite plain. And I shall do one of the sort of spiny bits for you to show you. Oh, I had a twitch then. I had an itch on my leg, it made me jump. It's really not what you want to do when you've got a pencil in your hand. Okay, what I'm going to do with these, I think, is use my yellow to start with, the cadmium yellow, and do this part in yellow. And this part. Now I'm aware I'm going to do it quite dark. I don't want it light and wishy-washy because we've got all these strong colours. Quite aware that we haven't used our golden yellow at all, but I'm going to save that one. So I'm going to do a bit of red, I think, around here. So that's going to be all I do for that. So that'll be the same. The golden yellow is going to be our background. I think it will set the dragon and the leaves off well if we just do this lightish yellow background. Do be careful because the green might smudge into the background. It's quite a dark green we've got going on there, so when you're going past that green, be careful, because if you take some of that green into the background. It's not going to look brilliant. Obviously I've gone over the lines, so we've got that going on too, but there we go. So I'm going to continue with that on my own. You don't need to watch me do that. I'll just zoom out so you can so you can see the whole dragon. Now obviously I'm going to finish it all off, and as I say, I will finish it and then pop the photo at the end of the video so you can see the finished final effect. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, today we're going to be doing this lovely little key. This is from Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. We've done some of the other designs on this page already. So, let me just straighten it up. Now, I'm using my Castle Arts pencils, and I actually haven't used them to do a gold colour before. I don't think, I can't recall anyway. So I'm going to have a go. I think it will be a fun challenge. I'm not sure how many I'm going to need, but I'm just gathering a few of the pencils to make a start. Just moving my chair, around. I should have done this before I started, but we'll get going. So this is my darkest brown, which is the burnt umber. I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to give it a sharpen because we've got quite a small key to deal with. And I'm going to think about where it's going to be dark, where we're going to have shadow. So along here to start with, definitely, and under there, at the bottom of here, and just up the sides a little bit, down here, under here, and I think we'll do a little bit there. You can see here I'm fading it slightly, along there, bottom of there, maybe a tad at the end of each of these. Yeah, maybe the end of these, just a slight bit. And I think I'm going to leave that there. We don't need too dark. Our next darkest brown, I think, I'm just having a look at what I've got here. Yeah, is the raw umber. So that's where I'm going next. And what I'm going to do is just extend these dark areas. So here where we started, just extend it out a little. And here. And just basically all of the areas where we've marked up. Oh, I need to do the ends of that as well. Where we did the dark, to start to add this lighter tone. Now in some areas we'll do more than others, because we've got a bigger sort of area to cover. We've got there. Sorry, I'm going all over the place, not in any particularly good order. There we go, there's the next one. Now, I'm trying to just think about how many steps we'll do. I think we'll go with the yellow ochre. It tends to look better if you have more colours, because you don't have to blend it so well. They graduate more naturally. So that's why we're going to go for quite a few. So I'm just going over the edge of the previous colour and extending the colour out a little more. It's very dark here. I'm just looking in the camera. I think it's bright enough for you. There's not a lot I can do if it isn't really, apart from switch the rain off. That'd be good skill, wouldn't it? So taking it up the side here, a little bit into the middle here, but not too much, and down here, just checking I've done all of the areas. I think I have. And I'm going to go to this terracotta light. This is like a lightish yellow. It's not really what I would call a terracotta, but that's okay. going to take that right over the top. And pull it all in. Keep going with this. Now when you do gold, I've said this lots of times before, leave a gap. See there, we've got a gap. We don't want to do any more in there. We need to leave a gap so that it looks shiny. I don't know if I remember that on the last bit, but never mind. Right, now I'm going in with the cadmium yellow. We do have one other yellow we could use if we need it, but I think this might be our final colour. So even in a set of 24 pencils, which I've got here, this is the Castle Arts Botanical set, we've got enough to do quite a lot of shades. So just a little bit there and leave that white. Same here, just draw it together, but leave a white line. It doesn't have to be very big, it's just enough to catch the eye and fool you into thinking there's a shine there. I'm just going over the top there, I'm not extending that anymore. So here we've got a little bit. Yeah, we're not going to use another yellow now. I'm just going to finish with this one. There, put the shine on the corner. And down here. Yeah, I think that's us. So we've got a key. I think it looks pretty reasonable. My first attempt with the old Castle Art. So now we need to do this ribbon. And I'm thinking I'd like to do a nice red colour. Why not? Ooh, but this, yeah. I'm going to go for the cadmium red. It's more of a pinky red rather than orange red. Just give it a sharpen. And we've also got this sort of circle and bits, and I think these are like little gemstones. That's how I interpret them. So we'll leave those for now. So I think about where it's going to be darker. So down here, I think it would be darker where there's shadow. So I'm put a lot of layers here and then reduce that as we go up. I think it would be quite light towards the top. We do the same here, but I think it would be a little bit darker here because we're a bit further behind. So although we make a lighter area, it's not as light as this one. Now this I want to be burnished a little more. Hang on, I don't know if I can zoom in. Oh no, not really. So there's quite a lot of paper showing here, and I don't like that, so I'm going to go over that in a minute. And here I think this part of the bow would be a little bit darker where it's near to this. Actually that's the knot, isn't it, where it's near to the knot. This bit's the back, so this is going to be darker anyway. And then we'll take this up and try and fade it to a lighter colour than that bit. And we'll do the same here. So this one hopefully a little bit darker than this side. Got a bit less bow here, but it's going to catch the light, I would have thought, on the top of here. Now with this part, I'll make it darker at each end, a bit lighter in the middle. Now where that's a bit white, see, I could burnish that in, but I think what will happen is that it will just make it too dark. So I think I'm going to leave it. Now I've got to decide on what colour to make. Oh, we haven't done the knot. I'm just going to go over it in a layer and then think about, it's probably going to be darker underneath with a shadow. That's how I'm going to do it. Now we need to think about, I mean, you could think that these were rings, like metallic ring or something, and so not colour it at all. But I think I'm going to, as I say, do it as a little gemstone. I've got to think about what colour. I think I might, I don't want to do it pink because the pink is a bit too milky. That purple, not really. Don't want to do red. So blue. I'm going to go for the dark blue, that's right. The ultramarine, and to make it look gemstony, colour it all in very, very lightly across both. Think about where the shine is going to be. I'm thinking in the middle. So put your darkest layer where there's furthest away from where it's going to be shiny, and then reduce your pressure until you get to where you want the shine to be, like that. And do the same with this one. It's a lot smaller, it's a little bit more fiddly, but hopefully you can still get the desired effect. And lastly, we have to think about the background for this. We've done backgrounds on all of the others, but we've done them quite plain. I'm quite keen on doing blue. We've already got a blue background on our butterfly, so I'm thinking about, do I want to make it the same? Do I want to do it the same? Does it matter? Oh, sorry, I'm having a yawn. A bit tired. A bit cold actually today. I might pop a jumper on in a minute. No, grey. Let's go for a grey background. Johanna's quite keen, Payne's grey, on using greys for background. I haven't really tried one before. I'm going to do this lightly because this grey can get quite dark, but so I don't want it really dark. I don't want it looking quite black. Let's see how it works. I think it will work quite well, because the idea of the background in these pictures is to finish it off and to highlight the foreground, not to stand out on its own. Sometimes it's nice to have a background that really stands out and looks pretty, but here it's just about framing the item that's in the picture, so we don't want anything too fancy. So hopefully this will work. Oh, I've got a cup of tea waiting for me in a minute. I'm getting thirsty. Might stop me yawning as well and wake me up a bit. I think it's because it's getting so dark in here with the rain that it's making me tired. Right, is that dark enough? I'm looking in the camera. I don't think so. Just going to go over in another layer. Darken it up a little bit, because there's always a risk when you take a photo, it can wash out the colour a little bit. Might just look like there isn't a background, so I want it to look like there is one. I just don't want it to be really dark, so we can make it a little bit darker without too much risk of that. It's nice and relaxing doing a background like this too, not really having to think about what you're doing too much. Though sometimes having something intricate that you have to think about is quite good, because it takes your mind off other things. There, I'm going to leave it there. There we go. Let me just put it down just a tad so you can see the whole thing. There we are. So I hope that was fun. I hope you're going to have a go at that gold. That was really fun. I really enjoyed doing that. So I hope, I hope you enjoyed watching. Thank you very much and happy colouring. Hi everyone, today we're going to be doing this top part of this page from Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. We have done quite a lot of the rest of the page. Now there is a lot of repeating parts on this page, so I'm not going to do all of it with you. I'm just going to show you the colours that I'm going to use and then let you do some of it on your own, in the same way I did with the dragon here, just because or else I'll just be repeating myself all of the time, because that mushroom I will do the same as that one I'll do the same as that one. Oh, excuse me, my voice is gone. But don't worry, I'll guide you through, so you should be able to do it fine. Now the first thing I have noticed is these stars. Oh, excuse me, so I'm actually going to colour those in first so they don't get sort of contaminated with any other colour. Now we have two yellows in my Castle Arts set. We have a golden yellow, which is the paler yellow, and we have this one which I'm going to use, which is the cadmium yellow. I know I'm zoomed out a lot. I will zoom in a bit, but I find that doing small items like this first and really burnishing the colour in helps, so that when you do the background you don't go over the line, because yes, I could do these in a pen so that if I went over it, it wouldn't matter, but I'm just showing you how to do it in the pencil. Just checking I'm in shot. It's quite simple. It's just a hard layer of the yellow. Now I'm not sure what colour I'm going to do for the background. I think I'm probably going to do this ultramarine colour. I don't want it done really hard, I'll just show you. So I just want to hold it quite far at the pencil on its side, so quite flat, and just do a light layer like this across the whole of the background so that it looks dark, like, because it's quite a dark blue, it actually looks lighter in the camera, but it's not a really burnished hard colour and harsh. So that's what I'm going to do for the background. I'm not going to do it all now, but I wanted to decide what colour I was going to do it first so that the other things will stand out. I want the background to be in the back, so the things in the foreground need to be lighter so they will come forwards and stand out. So the first thing we'll look at are all these leaves. So just do one cluster, and I think I'm going to do them in quite a pale set of colours. Permanent green to start with. This isn't really pale, but my second green will be, so I'm going to put quite a hard amount there and then reduce it towards the tip of the leaf, and the same on all of these, so more pressure here. The lead is very wobbly in this one, and then less towards the tip. It's going to pop out in a minute. Don't know why it's gone so wobbly. I'm going to have to sharpen it. I was accidentally sharpening my pencil earlier when it was too full, and that always makes the leads a bit weak, so it could very well have just been that. And now I'm sharpening away and this lead's breaking. Oh, it doesn't usually happen with these. They usually sharpen really well. Bear with me. Sorry, I could have paused the film, but I just wanted to empty my pencil sharpener just in case it was too full again. Sometimes you find even if the sharpener's not too full, some bits of sharpenings get caught around the blade and it can have the same impact as being too full. So I'm just going to lighten that up towards the tip of the leaf. And the same on the other two. We'll just do this little cluster, and I will do all the others the same. What I would do, like I did with the dragon picture, is I will show you a bit of it. I will make sure you know how to do every element, and then I will stop the video, I will finish it, and I will put my finished picture at the end so that you can see it. Now the leaf green light is the other green I'm going to be using, and basically I'm just going to go over the top of the end of the leaf and get rid of all those white spaces, and it lightens it up as well. This is a really pale green. It's a rather pretty one though, I think. I'm actually really liking these castle arts. I'm beginning to think that I might want the full set at some point, but not at the minute. I've got lots of pencils, so I need to keep myself under control. So that's our leaves. So all we've got left is just the mushrooms. Now what I'm going to do is do them in different colours. I'm going to do the ones that are overlapped just to show you how I might do that shadowy part, because I think that might be good. I'm going to zoom in now. Okay, so we're going to start with this dotty one here. Now I think it's probably best to do the dots first, because if you want them pale, you don't want to accidentally go over the top of them when you're colouring. But if you do them, if you can burnish in the colour first, then that can help you. So I'm going to use this I don't think I've used this white very much. I'm going to use the white. I want white dots on this one. Now this won't show up, but if we really put down quite a lot of colour quite hard, or lots of layers, don't press too hard, just spoil the book, it will burnish on, and then if we accidentally go over the lines, hopefully it won't show up, or it won't show up so much. So that's the white. So I shall do the same on this one and this one. It's very straightforward. You could pause now and just do that if you want to. And I'm going to pick a lovely colour for these. I absolutely love this purple colour, so pretty. So I'm going to start by just doing a layer of this purple over the whole thing. Just, oh, it's so lush. Just love this colour. There's nothing like it in my polychromos, or actually any other. I think the Black Widows has a similarish colour, I'm not sure. But and I think there is one in Prismacolor too. But I've not had one like this before. So nice. So I am still going around the dots. I don't want to go over the top of that white because it will show a little bit. But if I accidentally do, I'm hoping it won't show up too much. And now next is to think about, sorry, I just moved the camera a tiny bit. I needed to see the screen better. Is to think about where we're going to put a harder layer of purple and where we're going to put the lighter layer. As you can see, I'm putting a really hard layer along here where it overlaps. And it will look like there's small shadow on that side from the fact that it's being overlapped by this one. And now we've done that, we have to do that on all of them. So every single one will have to be darker on this side because it will look like the light is coming from the other side. So we're gently now reducing the pressure on the pencil so that we fade the colour along. So it's not so dark as we go to the other side. The aim is to fade it down so much that the other end gets no extra layer of colour at all. It just remains with that one layer that we did to start with. So do it as best you can. And you can use a blending pencil to help you with this. Now what you will see is there's lots of paper showing on this side and not on this side. I'm not a big fan of that. What I'm going to do is grab my white to just burnish this side a little bit. So hopefully we can get rid of some of that paper, but it won't darken the colour, and it will make it a slightly more milky colour, obviously because it's white, but that's okay. And it just tidies it up a little bit as well. So that's our first one, the main part. And now we need to deal with this underside. Now I tend to always do them grey. So I'm going to grab this Payne's grey and, oh gosh, the wind just blew down the chimney. Frightened me. Oh, and a bin has just blown over outside. Wow. Crikey. It's a very sudden heavy gust of wind then. So I've done a light layer through my scare, got me jump, and I'm thinking about where is it going to be darker. I'm thinking under here maybe, might be a little darker. I'm trying to get the pencil to write, doesn't want to go any darker. There we go. So I'm going to do a darker layer around this edge here, and maybe around the back and around there. There we go. And just sort of blend that in a little bit like that. Now the stem I'm also going to do with the grey. This is how I tend to do all of my mushroom stems. I tend to do them all grey. It's up to you. I'm going to do all of mine grey, all of these, and use the same method. But you could choose different colours if you felt that worked better with the colours that you pick for your main mushrooms. So what I'm doing is doing quite a heavy layer on each edge of here and then fading it towards the middle so it looks a bit more three-dimensional. The only problem with that is that it isn't quite right because remember we've got the light coming from this side, but I've done it now. I'm going to do them all to match even though it's probably not quite right. I think it just gives them more shape. So every single one I'll do with this colour, so I'm not going to show you those. That's that done. What we need to do is choose a colour for these ones. Now we've got a blue background. I was considering doing them blue, but I don't think I will because I think it might just be too much with the blue background. So I think I shall do a purple instead. That'd be rather pretty. I've got this lovely heather purple, but I'm going to do the dots first like I did last time. And instead of doing them white, we do it a little bit differently. We'll do them with this mauve. So they're a lighter colour. I do need to sharpen it. It's very blunt. And just do them very evenly. What you can do if you want to make these look three-dimensional as if they're bumps rather than just a dotty pattern, if you take a dark colour and put it underneath each one, it's amazing what difference it makes. And also fade your colour so that you make it darker around the edge and lighter in the middle, or even put a little dot of white in the middle, and then it will just give it a more three-dimensional look. I don't want that with this particular one. So I'm over to my heather purple now. And like I did with the last one, I'm just going to put a light layer all over. It may look very similar to the mauve. It's a little bit darker, but we will darken it up in a minute. Now with this skirty part, I don't think that's its name, you could take this line up and this line up to make more of the shape. I've seen people do that very effectively, but I'm not going to do that today. I'm just want to keep it nice and simple. Okay, so I've done my initial layer, and now we start to make it darker, so really dark on this side. So lots of layers, and the same all the way up here. Between here, it's a little bit fiddly just there, but a sharp pencil will be our friend. It's quite funny using these newer pencils that I've got because they're all a good length, whereas my polychromos have got lots of really teeny weeny ones. And although I don't mind using the teeny weeny ones for small spaces, for big areas makes your hand get a bit of cramp. So it's quite nice having a bigger one. But I do have replacements for my teeny weenies. I just like to get as much as I can out of each pencil. They're not cheap, and although I can afford them, I'm very privileged. I know other people can't, so I think it's insulting if I don't use them up fully. And there we go, faded it across. I'm going to use my white again to just blend it together like I did last time. I think that gave us quite a nice effect. I sometimes find that some colours blend better than others. I don't know whether there is a reason for that, but I haven't really experimented with blending with this set. That mauve is very pale. On this side you can't really see much difference between the mauve and the purple, but you can on this, oh sorry, you can't see. On this side it looks quite similar, but on this side you can see the difference. You might want to change that colour. You could do them black. They'd really stand out, wouldn't they? Something like that. Anyway, that's done. As I say, the stalk's going to be the same as this one, so I'm not going to do that. We've got this little one here. We all should do this little one. Let me think, what colours have we got? I'm going to do this one reddy orange because we've got the orange dragon underneath, which you can't see here. And I think if I put the orange here, it's going to be too much. We shall have to put something different here. So I'm just going to do a sort of probably bright red. I'm quite fun. Let's do a really bright red one. So let's use our red ochre. Ooh, I dropped it. It's written on the page at the bottom there. Right, so we've got no dots on this one, so I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to put a light layer across again like I did before. Gosh, I nearly started doing a darker side on the right, on my right, which would be the wrong side, over here. Need to concentrate. Getting excited and carried away. Now, I'm going to leave this lip. I'm just going to give it an even colour and then I'm going to leave it. And now here, oops, I'm going to start by putting down this harder layer and reducing it. But what I want to try and do is cover all of the mushroom with a little bit of extra, because I want this lip to be lighter. And that's just because I want it to look like it's a bit further forward. that's all I'm doing with that. I'm not going to worry about blending, partly because if I blend this red it will go pink because we're using the white pen. But I also don't think it needs it. I think when we're negotiating around dots, it's a little harder. We tend to need to blend it more. So we've got our last one. I'm looking at what I've got left. I haven't got many pencils left. I have got browns and things like that I could go for. And greens, I'm not going to go for greens, I've got green leaves. But I'm actually going to go for the rose pink that I've got here. But I'm not sure about the dots. What should we do? We could do grey. Let's do grey. I know we've got the bottoms are grey, but let's just do grey. Why not? So I've got my Payne's grey. I'm going to do them lightly, if I can, if it lets me. This is quite a vibrant pencil, I find, so it hasn't really let me do it that pale. What I'm going to do is actually rub those out a little bit, fade it a bit. I can use my Tombow Mono Zero eraser, just dab at them a little bit, just reduce that intensity of colour so that they look a little bit different to the base. I don't know if that's made an awful lot of difference. Okay, be careful if you rub like I did. That was okay, but some brands of pencil will just smudge. So we're going to go light layer of pink. What was I doing the other day and I smudged it everywhere? I can't remember. I was just rubbing out a smudge and then I smudged it even more. That was fun. I find what was it? I can't remember what brand it was. Right, so harder down here like we have before. And then lighter towards that end. I think grey and pink work well together, which is why I thought it would be a good idea. There we go. And I think we have now covered every element. With the sky, the ultramarine, I think we picked, didn't we? Yes. Do a layer, and if you think it's too light, do another layer. I'm not sure how many layers I'm going to do until I've completed the whole thing. What I'm going to do is do all of the foreground, all of the mushrooms and leaves and things first, and then I'm going to finish the sky and think about whether I need a little bit more, whether I want it really dark, a little bit lighter, what quite I want to do. So you might want to make that decision too. So there we go. I'm going to leave it there. I know it's unfinished. You've got all the building blocks you need to finish it, and I will take a photo and pop it at the end when I'm done. So thank you very much for watching and hope you enjoy it, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, today we're just going to be doing this very last bit of this page. Whoops, I was just going to zoom out so you could see, well, you can see the leg of my tripod, sorry about that. So you can see that we've done mushrooms and dragon. It's quite hard to show you, I can't get the whole book in the page, but we've done the door and the butterfly, the bees, the key and the leaf. So we've got this design which runs all the way down the page. Sorry, that was a bit awkward. I'll zoom back in. I hope it didn't make you feel funny. Now this design repeats through pretty much. It's not exact, but what I'm going to do is just do this first vine and show you what I'm going to do for the background, and then I'm going to do it on my own in a similar way to how I have done some of the other pages. There is some grass at the bottom which I'm pointing to and you can't see, which I will also show you in a moment. I have to take a break and move my camera though because it's so far near the bottom. The camera's at the wrong angle. Actually, perhaps I'll do that now. Hold on a squiffy. I'll do it while you're still on. Oof. Now when I do that, oops, it changes the angle of the picture a bit. So it looks a little odd, but it's the only way I can get it in shot. It's still not properly in shot, is it? And it's certainly not straight. Hang on, let's try again. Just a little more on across. It always falls down my camera. It doesn't like. Let's try that. And to tighten it up. There we go. And I can put it down a little bit into shot. We'll zoom in, and I think when I zoom in it doesn't look so odd. There we go. So I've got greens here, so I need to be a little bit wary that we're not doing identical greens. I've also got greens up here. So what I'm going to do is try and pick something a little bit different for the grass, because there's only a little bit. I'm just going to do it all one colour. So I'm going to grab, I'm going to grab the permanent green, which is one of the ones I've used at the top. It's so far away that it won't look odd. And I'm just going to do all the grass in the permanent green. I'm not going to try and fade it towards the tips or anything like that. Oh, this one's got a wobbly lead. But I'm just going to do it all in an even layer. Now there is a picture the same as this on the facing page, which has also got little square designs, and I will probably do it identically to this one, but I haven't made up my mind yet. And I may record those pictures as well. They're rather cute, but I'll have a think about that. No promises. So that's that, and then we've got this vine to do. Now, having a look, we haven't got the massivest range of greens, but I think I'm going to do this is a viridian here, and this is the lightest green. I think what we'll do, that's it, yes, we'll do the, which one's darker? This one. Right, sorry, making up my mind, not very good. Oxide of chrome, and we'll do the stalk with that. And fade it. Do you see I've done it much harder here? I'm starting to fade it on these bits. Just checking if you can see. Do I need to zoom in a bit more? Maybe that will help. Go hard on the little round bits and then reduce it towards the stalk. The same on this one. And keep this lighter feel through the whole of the stem, stalk, vine, whatever it is, until here. Look, I'm going to do it harder here and then reduce it down, fade it towards there, and here too, so harder here and reduce it towards there. Now for each of these I'm going to do a darker bit here and less towards the tip, but I'm going to cover it all with this colour, because those turned over pieces I want to be the other green that I pick, so it will look different. So here again a bit darker near the top of the leaf and then less towards the point, and the same here. Okay, that's all I'm doing there simply, and then I'm going to do, I've got to pick another green. I'm going to use this permanent green with the wobbly lead to finish it off. I'm sorry about this camera angle, it really is quite disconcerting. I find it quite difficult to film the very bottom of the page. Yeah, I thought that would happen. I'm just going to give them a sharpen. It's quite tricky. This doesn't want to sharpen very well. I think it's got a bit of a break through this bit of the lead. I've got a sharp point, but it's still wobbly. I'm going to give it a go, see what happens. I'm going to do it gently. Try and do it on the side that isn't wobbly, or you can probably see it in there. New. Let's try again. does happen to me sometimes with pencils, expensive pencils, cheap pencils, any pencils. Ah, that seems better. Fingers crossed that that's going to work. I'm just being a bit gentle and tentative. Tentative, oh, I don't know. You know the word. I could write it, I can't say it. Being a writer, I can write things. So we're just going over the top of the areas where it's a bit lighter, blending it all together. And while I'm doing this, I'm thinking about that background. Every picture we've done so far has got a different colour background, so I think this one's going to have to be different as well, or else it's going to be a little odd. So just looking through what we've got, we have got the light leaf green, we have got this is the cerulean blue light, we've got a brown, that one hasn't really got a proper background, we've got grey, we've got golden yellow, we've got ultramarine. So what are we going to go with for this one? I mean, I don't think orange, red, pink, purple, violet, brown, green. And if we went green, what shade would we go? Brown. I'm thinking, I've got it. Terracotta light. That's what I'm going to go for. I don't know if you can see the very bottom. Hang on. There we go. So I'll just show you how it looks. I'm only going to do a light layer. I don't know whether to finish this and then show you. I'm not going to be able to get it all in a photo. I know what I'll do. I'll finish it all and I'll do a photo of the whole page. And I'll change the angle of my camera so it looks better. When I'm filming, because it's on a tripod, I'm limited by the angle that I can get from the tripod, but if I take it off the tripod I can hold it in the right place and get it right. So this is my choice of colour. You might decide that you don't want this colour, you can choose anything you wish. Now we've got this line in between each picture. This, I haven't done that yet. It's very, very likely that I'll either do it black or a sort of silver or gold in one of my fancy glitter pens, something like that. But I'm going to wait until I've done the facing page before I make my final decision as to what I think will work. So we'll see. What I like about these is that you can colour at different angles. You don't have to always go in the little circles, and you can get a nice finish on a background. It's quite unusual for a pencil. Just going over a few areas though. Try and even it out a little bit. I started off a bit light compared to the rest. There, I'm going to finish that there, and I'm going to, as I say, I'll complete it and then I'll get you a picture of the whole finished page at the end of the video. So there we go, so that's all done. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed this one, and hold on for the final picture. Happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to my next new series. This one is from Ivy and the Inky Butterfly, and we have a half completed page here which I am going to finish. So these pictures are all videos that you can already access, and they were done a very long time ago, and we're going to do this page to match-ish, not completely. It's not going to be the same colouring. For example, this piece here is definitely similar to this, but we're not going to colour it in exactly the same way. And actually it's not drawn in an identical way anyway. So we're going to do this page. We're going to do each little one as a video, and yeah, I'm trying to think how I'm going to do a thumbnail for that. I might have to turn it around. I don't know. Anyway, that's my worry, not yours. I've decided that I'm going to use the same pencil set as I used for this side, just so that it matches better. And this was the Castle Arts Botanical set. And if you don't have the specific Botanical set, here are the ones that are in it. I've actually got a chart that I made which has a list of all the different pencils that are in the different sets. So if you don't have this set, you could make yourself one up if you have the 120 set, for example. So if you want to do that, or just use nearest colours. I've also got a chart, I think, showing Castle Arts and I'm going to start with the Acorn, nice simple one. Castle Arts and Polychromos, or did I do it with Prisms? I can't remember. Anyway, there's some charts around on my Ko-fi shop. If I find the Castle Arts ones, I'll put them in the description for you. I'll just make myself a note. There we go. Right, let's start this Acorn. Now we've got one very dark brown and the rest are lighter. So I'm going to start, I like this part to be darker and this part to be lighter. I'm going to start with my second darkest brown, not my very darkest brown. We'll bring that in later and do the sort of shell. Is that what we call it? This is the raw umber. Okay. And I'm just going to put some raw umber down. Oh, I just had this problem in my last video. I don't know if my sharpener's blunt or what's going on. I'm going to use different sharpener. Luckily I've got lots more Castle Arts pencils, so I've definitely got a replacement for each one, so if they get too short I can replace them. But hopefully that's done the trick. Maybe that sharpener needs a new blade. So I'm just doing some fairly hard colouring with nothing to push down on the paper too much. I like the paper in this book. I sort of know where I'm at with Johanna's paper. There are some books where the paper doesn't work for some pencils, and I know that some of Johanna's more recent books, some editions in some countries, are a little bit different to what we might be used to. But this one is happy. I'm trying to decide whether to put some shape into this. I think I will. So I'm going to just put some darker pencil on the edge like that, and on this edge. It's going to be a little bit rounded, not completely flat, like that. I'm going to put the shape into the stalk with the darker brown. This is the burnt umber. I'm going to attempt to sharpen it and hope it doesn't break on me. Wish me luck. Oh, it did work. Burnt umber. I don't know why everything's breaking today. So I'm going to go around the stick. It's not really a stem, is it? It's like a stick. And just try and make it a bit darker on those edges. Now for this one, I'm going to colour each of these individual pieces. You don't have to do this, you can just leave it as it is if you think this is too much faffing. And I just want it to be a bit darker on the base and a bit lighter on the tip, and then it looks a bit more like they're slightly three-dimensional and overlapping a bit. I mean, they wouldn't be sticking right out like a pine cone might, but it's nice to give it a little bit of, to make it look maybe a little bit knobbly, sort of rough. Keep looking at the time. I've got someone coming, just delivering something, but I've got it all ready. He's got to put something in the garden, so I cleared I always keep my washing in my back doorway. I know it seems a bit, we don't go out in the back garden that much, and the sun comes through the door. The door's nearly all glass. The sun comes through, and so it dries the washing. It's not sunny today, so I just moved it out of the way, made sure the chairs were pushed under the table, things like that. There we are. So I think that looks a little bit more textured than leaving it just plain. Now the nutty bit, now I've got 3 dots on it, implying that there's some white shine. Have a think about that. I'm going to use the yellow ochre and the terracotta light, I think. Yeah, I'm going to start with the terracotta light, and this is slightly darker, and use this for the edge. I may use some of that raw umber as well, because it's quite yellow, isn't it? But let's just have a go and see how it turns out before we make a final decision. I want it lighter in the middle, just like this one is. Now, these, I'm going to colour over them. There's no way that I can colour around those and keep it neat. So I'm going to colour over them. I'm just going to layer that up a little bit more. And I shall do something with it in a minute. Here is our yellow ochre. Just going to go over the top. But keep it faded in the middle. Like that. And yeah, it's not quite dark enough for me. I am going to use some raw umber, as I guessed I would. And just put just a little bit. Don't need masses. But over this bit that Johanna's drawn with the lines to make it. And I'm thinking all the way into here there might be a bit of shadow. I'm trying to remember when I did the other page, but I really can't. It's a long time ago. Right, now we need our sort of framework and its leaves, and I want to do them green. Maybe I'm being boring, I don't know. It's a nice oxide of chrome. I rather like the oxide of chrome. It doesn't want to turn in the sharpener. That's weird. I think it is splintering a bit. It is. That's interesting. Look at that. And of course it's loose. Now that's come out, let's try it again. You can hear it splintering. Maybe I'm just being a bit too impatient today with my sharpener. Yeah, that's no. Right, I'm going to choose a different pencil. It's I don't like giving up on a pencil, but let's try one more. I have to sharpen them all with my dowel, I think, in between videos, because that's not plain ball. I've got a little bit. I'm going to try with that. So this is oxide of chrome. It's a sort of dark, slightly olivey colour. And I'm going to do, I just wanted these bits to be a bit darker. So it's sort of framed, because it is the frame. That side I haven't done the frame. Oh, this isn't actually the frame. On the facing page, I haven't done this. So I'm not going to do it on this side either, but this bit I'm colouring isn't that outside, that's the outside frame. It's the sort of inside frame. So I'm going to do that. My idea was to try to make that leaf fade towards the tip, but my fat lead didn't really do it. But I've put another colour on, and I want this little bit. Trying not to go over the line, it's quite tricky. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to use, I want a really light colour. I'm thinking the leaf green light might work. Just to do the tips of those leaves. This one played, it's sharpened. Just so they're a bit paler. Doing some building work outside. Making a noise. It's probably my neighbour. This is sap green. He came round yesterday and put me a fence up, which was good. Okay, for these leaves we're going to do a few colours. This sap green is going to be the base, and I'm going to fade it like that. I'm not going to take it all the way to the tip. I've just noticed that our next picture is going to be lots of leaves. We have got a fair few greens in this set, so I'm sure we can find a way to make them more different. That's what's quite nice about having a smaller set, is you have to mix up colours a bit. It challenges you a little bit more sometimes rather than just looking through the colours that are there. But I just wanted to match it up. I'm also not in the mood for having a big choice of colour today. I think I would just dither. So it worked out really well doing this page and using the same pencils as last time. Of course, if you don't want to stick to all really similar colours, you could I'm just looking, we've got a permanent green and I think it's slightly lighter. It's a bit short. And I'm going to just use a little bit on the central parts of the leaves. Yeah, I've got a neighbour over the back having huge masses of work done in her house. She's basically having, they've got double garages and houses over the back, and she's having half of it made into a room. So there's that going on. And then, as I say, my neighbour took my fence down. This is leaf green night, and I asked him if he would mind getting rid of the rubbish. And I said, you know, I'd pay him to go to the tip, the rubbish tip, rubbish dump, I don't know what you might call it. And he said, no, I'll cut it up and use it as firewood. So that might be what he's doing. So, but that's up to him. Because you can, there's certain, if you take certain types of rubbish to the tip, you have to pay, I think. If you're a business, you do, which effectively he is, because he did it's sort of work stuff, but I don't know whether he put it through his business as a job or did it as a sort of favour. This is the cadmium yellow, and I'm going to use it for the background. In the last page, I used a different colour background in each one. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to achieve that on this page. I'll have to use some of the backgrounds I used on the other page. But I've used this one behind the leaf, I think. But it's really nice looking back at that old one and how it looks. Thinking, would I do it the same? I think I would, to be honest. Yellow is a difficult background colour to do. Trying to see whether you've covered it, all the white paper, is difficult. But keep persevering and hoping. I don't know whether anyone else finds it difficult to see yellow, or whether it's just my eyes. I'd like to know. Let me know if you find it hard, or if it's just me. I'm doing another layer so that I'm sure I've covered it all. Because although this is called cadmium yellow, it's quite brownish, almost Naples yellowy, and I think it's a rather pretty colour. I think it's almost an ochre, actually. It's been nice getting back into doing a bit in this book. I like ivy. I haven't done much in here at all. I've completed an ivy, but I wonder what this page looks like in my completed one. Maybe I'll wait until I finish before I look. Might not be a good idea. I'm going to do those dots in a white pen to just finish off. I've originally rolled 10 here. I don't think I've done any white on the other page, but there we go. There it is. Let's straighten up a bit for you. Oh, the page isn't straight. It can be quite hard to get things straight when there's a curve in the paper. But there we go, it's still not straight. difficult. I'm trying to line it up. I've got a grid pattern on my screen, but it doesn't, if I line the top up, the bottom's wonky. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, that's me for today. I'm hoping to do one of these a day in the mornings, so hopefully if you come back tomorrow there should be another one. But I will put a compilation together for members. I don't know if I'll have them ready before the first one goes out, but we'll see. It depends on what's going on. I've got a bit of a busy time going on, so we'll see. But for now, thank you so much for watching. Have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the second episode in this series from Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. I haven't really thought of a name for it yet, so we'll just have to go with series. And we have all these leaves to do. I've sharpened all my pencils since yesterday's video with my dowel, so I'm hoping that they're going to behave. So we'll see what happens. I think we'll just start with one and move along really, although I might just do that bit of grass. Now I quite like doing the grass in permanent green. I've now sharpened off the word permanent. So I'm going to just do that first. And then I will know where I'm at, and that perhaps maybe not to do the leaves above in a similar colour. Yeah, as I say, I use my dowel to get them all really sharp because this one is a bit small for a dowel, but it did fit. I find if the pencils are a little bit too small, you can push it in with another pencil. It only works for a little while. Okay, so there's the permanent green grass, and let's do something more adventurous. So let's start with the chrome oxide green, which of chrome, which I couldn't use last time because it kept breaking. It actually broke in my dowel, so it is misbehaving. I'm just looking at this leaf. I'm thinking I might go darker at the bottom of each little section and then fade up, just because that's how Johanna has drawn it with those little lines, which to me indicate the shadow. Now I suspect that a lot of you, if you followed my series and coloured along with me on the other page, on the right hand page, have probably finished by now, because I had a look and it's almost 2 years. It was in June 2 years ago when I did that page, so I guess it's July now, but really, you know, sort of just over 2 years since I did it, which is a long time waiting for me to finish a page. So I'm really sorry for those of you who've been waiting and hoping. If that does happen and I'm sort of part way through or something and you want me to finish off, just let me know and I'll have a think, see if I can do it. I'm going to use the leaf green light to finish off I'm going to go right over it all. Yeah, let me know if you want me to do something, and I'll see if I can. I've been a little bit obsessed with Rooms of Wonder with regards to Johanna Basford, and Worlds of Wonder before that, and 30 Years of Creativity before that, so I think I sort of get a bit carried away with the new books effect, is what I'm trying to say, because I like to, I know that when a new book comes out and I put out a flip through, a video, a completed book, that sort of thing, everyone gets really excited and I get lots of views, so I know it's something that lots of people like, which is why I do it. I mean, I don't just do videos for views. I know that's the way some channels work. It's probably what we're supposed to do. I do what I'm in the mood for as well, hence this page using the Botanical pencils. Now the blends on that aren't brilliant, so I'm going to come back to my oxide of chrome and do it again. I'm going to make it a lot darker at the bottom and then try and fade it so that it blends in better to that other colour. Just basically layer it over until it looks satisfying to you. So you might find it look fine before. You might not have to add another layer, you know. It's just, as I say, how it feels for you. That looks terribly messy. Anyway, yeah. So yes, do let me know. I've had requests for various things lately. I think I've done everything I've been asked to do. I think I have been asked to do a few things that I didn't feel like I was capable of doing. I'm not being down on myself. It might sound like I am, but I'm going to do the stem. Actually, I'm going to do the stem in oxide of chrome. I just know my limitations. And if someone said to a watercolour artist, could you just do this picture in charcoal? They would be like, no. They might not be, they might be able to do it as well, but you know, it's not their skill set. This raw umber I'm going to use for this. I'm going to make it look a little bit autumnal. I think we did this on the leaf that's this shape on the other page. So I'm trying to put a more intense dollop, because dollop's the right word, at the edge of each leaf and then fade it in. Like that. I'm tempted to put the dead brown on the outside of the leaf, on the edges. That's how I see them when I'm looking at leaves. It's really, really, really useful when you're out and about. Observe things. This is the yellow ochre I'm going to use, and then we'll blend it into a green in the middle. Look at leaves, look at trees, look at shadows, look at flowers, look at everything. Look at colours things are, look how the light catches it, all those sorts of things. When I first started colouring, that is something that I did, and it was so beneficial. I found myself doing it without thinking. I was going, oh, that's a pretty berry, and then I looked at it more closely. What colour is it? How's the light catching it? Where's the shine? You know, I can't hold pictures in my head very well, so it was useful to an extent. I'm going to use the old sap green for the middle bit, and I'm actually going to start in the middle and then layer it up and then reduce the layer so I can sort of blend it in. But photographs help me a lot too. If I want to make something look more realistic, I go to my search engine and look at photos so that I can get something that pleases me. You know, nothing has to be realistic. You could be colouring these pink if you wanted, these leaves. Blue, red. I mean, leaves do come in lots of different colours, to be fair. Now I think I want the stem green. I think I'm going to use the permanent green for the stem. So it's a little bit different. That's the permanent green. We're supposed to be avoiding using that one. That plan didn't work, did it? We're going to go over it. Let's go over it with something. What should we go over it with? Yeah, let's go over it with the raw umber and make it sort of browny green. I think it'll work anyway. It looks a bit too bright. That's better. I like that. That was lucky. I made something I liked. There we go. Now you could go over all that, which I'm going to do, in a terracotta light. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to use a cadmium yellow. I'm going to go over the whole leaf with this to try and blend it up, brighten it, and just bring it together. I wonder how similar what I'm telling you is to how I told you to do the other one. It doesn't look that similar actually to this. 2 years is quite a long time when you colour every day. Things change a lot. There we go. It's quite bright, isn't it now? There we go. Now this long thin leaf, I quite like it to just be one colour. But I don't know if I can carry that off. I'll have a go. I'm grabbing the sap green and giving it a go. I'm thinking next to the stalk it would be darker and then lighter as we go towards the tips of the leaves. So I'm going to put down quite a lot of layers here and then less as we go out towards the edge. Same on the other side. Just keep it really simple. Now I'm trying to think in my head, which I should be doing out loud, so I am, as to whether the stalks of leaves, these bits, are they normally darker or lighter than the leaf or the same colour? I think I'm going to do it darker, stir it up. If I want to keep it the same colour, that's what I'm going to do. Okay. I'm going to use, I think I'm going to go around the edge of this one. I don't always like doing that, but I'm going to use my Viridian, go around the edge. Yeah, I've got loads of leaves in my garden, but none of them have, the stalks are wood, I think. They're really small. I don't know what the tree is. They're very waxy and most of them are dead because they're a few years old. I've been trying to pick them up yesterday. I did quite a good job. I got quite a lot of bags of rubbish. I did some pruning as well. I don't have any secateurs, so I did it with some scissors. Poor tree has been hacked, but it wasn't my tree. I just sort of cut it level with the fence line because it was coming over, and it was okay. One branch wasn't a bit of an apple tree, it had apples on it, so I pushed that back across the fence. I didn't prune it off so that my neighbours can have an apple if they want off their tree. This is the phthalo green light. There are actually 3 in the garden, in my garden. I'm going to make it darker at the bottom and lighten it towards the tip. So yeah, there were 3 apples on the ground in my garden already. So they were teeny weeny, you know, about that big. So not ready for eating. I think they must have probably came down in the hailstorms, and although I'm surprised little critters hadn't eaten them, to be honest, but maybe they were just too sour even for a little rat to eat. Don't know. Oh well, it'd be a mystery. My grammar is getting terrible. My children, they watch these videos, they start talking and don't use proper grammar, and I can just copy them. Okay, now this one, what should we use? Let's use a mix of sap green and phthalo green. So I'm going to use the sap green first. You can hear the pigeons singing. I think they've got a nest. So you see I've made it darker here and faded it here by layering it up and down here. And a bit less here. Dark layer down there. Then I'm going to grab the phthalo green light, the one we used here. I know it's the same colour, and just use it quite lightly. Blend it through into here, all the way to the edge, just to slightly change the colour really. The colour that's there, so we get a new colour. Okay. And our last one, should we do, yeah, we use the permanent green for the outside part, again, with no name. Now of course you don't have to do leaves green. As I said earlier, you can do them all sorts of, you can do them any colour, but if you look up pictures of leaves you'll find they are most colours. I can't say I've ever seen a blue leaf, but you might prove me wrong. They're a sort of very grey-green, look almost blue, sort of evergreen type foliage. But you can get sort of reds, browns and oranges and yellows, of course, in the autumn. And then you can get sort of burgundy coppery colours. You can get, or you can get some that are almost called purple, but I don't think they quite are. What should we do in the middle? Should we go really light? Yeah, let's go really light. So we'll go leaf green light for the middle. I'll try and do what I did in this one. So make it more intense in the tip and a bit less towards the end, but it's quite difficult with such a light one to see that you've actually got some colour down. So I try my best. Now we've got this bit here to do. I'm thinking we'll do something that looks a bit quite different to those two. If we do, oops, if we do the oxide of chrome, it will look different, and just do it on its own because they're little. Okay, now what have we got going on now? We've got a border, a background, we've got toadstools. Let's do these little toadstools next. So of course I want to do them red. Whoops, it's rolling all over the place. I'm going to use the red ochre. It's a little bit more orangey. It's very small. I'm basically going to break the pencil. Now that isn't what you expected to happen, was it? Let's see if I can sharpen it. I might need to use a different one. No, it's broken in the sharpener. Okay. Right, don't use that one. Use your cadmium red. And I'm going to try and fade it towards the centre. But I want it all to have some colour on, not the dots. I'm going to leave the dots white. I could try and colour them with something, but I'm not. If you make them darker on the edges and lighter in the middle, it makes them look more rounded. Okay, the stems, we've only got the one grey, so that's what we're going to use. This is Payne's Grey. This actually isn't the Payne's Grey from this set. It's identical to it, but I ran it out. I'm trying to make it a little bit darker at the top, but it's so small, you can't really tell. Now I'm thinking these flourishes in the corners, that I'm not going to do them green. They look a little bit leaf-like, but I think I'm not. What I'm going to do is do the background first, and then should I do it in blue or should I do it in yellow? Tempted to do it blue to make it look really different. Cerulean blue light background. It's going to take a little while to do. I don't want it really dark, so I'm just going to do a very light circular motion. Just checking the time, just because I've got my delivery coming. And I was thinking we've got this sort of border to do as well. This little bit, not this outside bit, as I said before, I'll have to do something for that at the end. So I'm thinking I might just do the border a darker blue to sort of, you know, help this to work with this blue, so this isn't a standalone blue. And then I'm wondering whether to do these red, those little leaves, because we've got these red here and they're the only little splash of red. Maybe it would make sense to pull that red. But I'm just trying to think about whether it'll work. When you can't visualise things in your head, it makes it very difficult to know. But I'm sort of pondering as I colour. What would you do? It's no good putting it in the comments. You could, but I won't read it until I finish this whole page. I do read all your comments, by the way, and I try and reply. I reply to most comments. If in an initial comment, if someone says something and I'll say, maybe say thank you. If they reply and say you're welcome, I don't then reply to that. I don't know what you've replied to, you're welcome. I used to go and like it, but I don't have the time at the moment to even like it, but I do appreciate it. But I do reply to comments, and if you send me messages as well. However, I sometimes don't see them for ages. I spotted some the other day that were 14 weeks old. So I'm sorry. Yes. If you send me a message on Instagram, I usually see that really quickly. But if you send it to me on Facebook, for some reason, I don't get the notifications properly. I get some, but not all. So I don't know why. If you comment on YouTube, I see it. I check them at least once a day, probably 2 or 3 times. So that's good. I like to, well, apparently if you have lots of interaction with your video, YouTube shows it to more people as a suggested video. So I figure that if I reply to a comment, my reply might also count as an interaction. It might help more people to see it, and that means that, you know, if someone's looking for a video of that type, then they might find me, which is nice, so they can get the help that they might need, you know. I do have a lot of videos. It's got, my statistics got slightly skewed because I'm doing shorts and they are repeats of videos I've done already. Then it suddenly looked like I had loads when they weren't sort of original. But I have been making videos for an awfully long time. I do have over 1,000 original videos. I can count them. This is the ultramarine I'm going to use for the edge. So I'm just going to put it down in a evenish, hardish layer as best to my ability. Ugh, now I'm having a hot flash. Oof. I was reading about it all yesterday, trying to see what you can do to help, but really the only thing that has been medically proven, scientifically proven I should say, to help is HRT. I don't feel I'm ready for that. I think I'm doing okay, but the fact that it said that hot flushes can go on for 7 to 10 years, and quite a lot of women just always have them. I'm like, oh, does this mean I've got to go the rest of my life with hot flushes? But I'm going to buy a fan, which I think will help me. A hand, just a, not an electric one, just a little hand fan that I can carry around with me and use that. It's not too bad, this one I'm having now. Sometimes I think if you're distracted it helps. So that cadmium red, I'm definitely going to use it for our little corner items. I think they're petals. Oh, I feel like I'm going to sneeze now. I'm going to try and do them a little darker. Let me take my big hand out of the way. And a bit lighter there, if I can. So a bit darker there, a bit lighter there. Now we've got a repeating picture on this page lower down of 2 flowers, And I've been thinking about that, which is, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but you know, that's what I tend to do. And I think I'm not going to do them the same. I'm going to colour them differently, because I think otherwise it's going to be a bit dull. And why not? I know on my last version of this I coloured them the same, but I want to do it differently. I was flicking through this book looking for the page to colour that I knew which page I wanted, and I was astounded by how little I've done in this book. But anyway, I'll do a bit more now. So there we go. We'll get this page finished for a start. And I've got the one opposite Ivy that I did on a video that I still need to finish, but I'll get there. Right, that is us for today. Yeah, there's our leafy pattern. I wanted to make them all look different. I think I've achieved that, so that's good. Yeah, so thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this Ivy and the Inky Butterfly series using Castle Arts Botanical pencils. We have a really cute bee to colour today. I'm just having a look and trying to decide which bits might be black, which bits might be yellow. I like a stripy bee. I'm thinking maybe the crosshatch bits are supposed to be black, so maybe we'll start with those actually. Now I've got a bit of an outline on the bee, on the different bits. I might just ignore that and just colour the stripes. I think that's how I'm going to do it. So I've got my ivory black. I brought my dowel sharpener in today so that if I do have a pencil break, I can have a go at sharpening it. I'm going to fade this down as I go and leave a bit because I'm going to use a bit of grey as well. And just move towards the centre and the bottom one. So it's okay to put a lot of layers on the edge. You get quite a contrasting colour then. And they are generally black, not grey, but I'm just using two colours just to, because it's quite a large area. So if that's this bit, I think I might colour this swirl like this, and maybe we'll make that bit grey. Just do this bit a little bit differently. And then we've got these eyes. I'm going to do those black, and I want them to be really black like that, but I'm going to leave a light bit in the middle like that. Hopefully they look a little bit more rounded. Had a delivery just before lunch. It was our Juliet balcony railings. I've spoken about it in a previous video, that on the front of our house we have a set of French doors on our first floor and second floor. I'm trying to make it a little bit lighter towards the middle. And we have these French doors, and so they have these sort of railings so that you can lean over or lean out and essentially don't fall out. And we'd had them taken down to be treated essentially because they were a little bit, well, they were a lot rusty, paint peeling, etc. They look very nice now they've come back. Here's the Payne's grey. I'm going to do the inside of here. I might just do a light layer and see what it looks like, because it's a bit of a different bit, isn't it? And a bit in there. Let's make that bit a bit darker. There we go. I think that's okay. And then on this bit I'm going to go over the black. Now I want to make sure that I take the black all the way up to the edge of here, but down here maybe that should be yellow really. as long as you're consistent, it doesn't really matter. My son's just started streaming. He's streaming a lot in these holidays, so he's going to be busy on his Minecraft channel. His if you know anyone that likes Minecraft, you know, your kids, grandkids, you, whatever. His channel, there's a link to his channel. Well, it's both my son's channel actually, on my front page of my YouTube. So you can go and be nosy, see what he's up to. Okay, so for the yellow part, I want 2 shades of yellow. I think I will use the ochre and the cadmium. So I'm going to start with the yellow ochre and use that on the outside edge, making it more intense right on the edge and less towards the middle, just in the same way that we have done with the black, keeping it nice and straightforward. Now this one's slightly more rounded, it shouldn't matter. We just have to work our way around these wings. I like how this bit's the heart shape almost, little dip. Like that. Okay, and then I'm going to use the cadmium yellow. I'm going to go right over the top again. The cadmium yellow is more vibrant, so it's quite nice to sort of brighten it all. And it helps it blend in. That's nice and bright. And all towards the middle. So my nice new railings are sitting in the garden though, they're going to be fitted tomorrow. Because the person who does the spraying doesn't do the fitting, but he was able to put me in touch with someone who could, so it all worked out very nicely. And yeah, it cost a fair bit of money, but I hope it's worth it. I decided it's worth taking the risk. I want the house looking nice. I feel like now we've paid our mortgage, we've got a little bit more money each month, which we're no longer spending on the mortgage. It's just Payne's Grey. So, I am going to do the very outside first in a medium pressure. So not really, really dark, but just to create a slightly darker frame around the wing parts, I think. So it's nice to spend a little bit of money on the outside of the house as well, but on different bits. So we did our kitchen, obviously, that was our big expense. And now we're doing, the husband had some inheritance too, so early inheritance I should say, and so he could use that, which we were very, very lucky, very fortunate. And his father, who gave it to him, took a great interest in the project too, and I let my husband do have the final say on everything because it was his money really. But I'm very pleased, obviously, with my new kitchen. There are a few things that aren't 100% brilliant, but I think there always is going to be. But mainly, I'm really pleased, so that's good. Right, we have a frame, we have a background to think about. Now, the background, we have the line that goes all the way around everything, and it isn't joined up here and here, so I'm going to have to draw that in. Yeah, so I'm going to procrastinate doing that while I do. I'm going to do this framework first, just because I don't know what colour. I mean, a sky colour would make sense, but we did that up there, so we want something different. Could do it green like a leaf or something. So I'm thinking, what should we do around here? Down here we've got jewels, so I want to avoid the jewel colours, which would be sort of reds and purples and pinks. So I'm thinking maybe we should do blue. We've got a lot of blue going on up there, so no. Maybe we've got a lot of green as well. Got a lot of everything going on, haven't we? That's the thing with the limited colour palette, you tend to use everything. I'm going to go with a light yellow background first. She's made a decision. Is that the golden yellow? That's different to what I used for the acorn. So I'm going to use that for this background here. So I am going to do this bit first. I'm just going to draw that in there and there. You could use a ruler, just line it up with those lines, but I have just done it off my own back. It's definitely a different colour to the other yellow. So we're just going to put a light yellow background in. I think the bee will show up quite well with this one. Then I know what I'm going to do with those swirls. We'll do them in browns because we're not going to use browns for our gemstones, so that's it. And we haven't used browns above either, so there we go. See, I knew it would come to me eventually. To have trust in your brain. Mine's often foggy. My memory's not so good, and I'm hoping it's menopause and that it'll clear. It's not worryingly bad anyway. And I think we do forget things, and some things I don't remember. I wonder if I ever did. Do you know what? When you're sort of reminiscing with family and they go, "Do you remember this?" And I'm thinking, no, but I wonder if I ever had that memory. I mean, I did it, but I might have lost that memory really quite quickly because we can't remember everything we did in every second of the day, can we? That would be just a bit overwhelming, wouldn't it? Yeah, I've missed that bit in there, haven't I don't really know how it all works. I studied the brain when I studied psychology, but the memory studies were all quite theoretical, you know. So I don't know. I'm just trying to tidy this up a bit. I think we're okay. I think we're there. So browns. So we used the yellow ochre, but we probably don't need that. Let's go for our burnt umber first and do a few, I know this bit. This needs to be, I think, sort of quite dark and defined because it's this sort of border. So we'll start with that. And then I'm thinking about things and not talking. It's very naughty of me. I've been recording a lot today and I sort of run out of things to say a little bit, so I need to probably make this my last video. Go and do some editing. What I was actually thinking about was I just had a conversation with my mum and saying, oh my goodness, this is raw umber. I'm going to do every other bit in this. It's going to look stripy, I think. But we'll see. I'll decide as I go. So I said, Wimbledon starts next week. And I was like, I'm not going to have time to watch it all, you know. My dad's like, why don't you record it? I was like, well, I can't because it's on from 10:30 in the morning. I think this whole section has to be coloured in as a block because that's where it starts, but then it just leads into all this. It's on from 10:30 in the morning till about 10 o'clock at night. So how could I possibly re-watch anything I've recorded? Because I'd be watching it. I often have several screens on at once as it is because there are often several matches on that I want to watch at the same time. The BBC is very good with their Wimbledon. It's the only tennis match we get huge coverage of, and they usually have a camera on every court, so you can just pick which one you want to watch on their website, and you get very spoilt. It's very good. But I've noticed that the first match doesn't actually start until 11, and play doesn't usually start till 15:15 because the court opens, they have to get there, they have to do their warm-up and all that. And also, if it's a 5-set match, which they quite often are, they do tend to go on a bit. So might not need to watch the very beginning. So I think I'm going to sort of have to just do the afternoons, and that will suit me because that's what I normally don't record in the afternoons. Now, I've done that one. If that and that is a different colour, what colour is that? I'm thinking maybe this one needs to be the same colour, the swirls, and this one. And then these bits can be the slightly lighter colour. So yes, so I'm sort of planning my TV viewing. Wimbledon is the most exciting time of the year for me. I really like it. I like the early round matches when you get a lot of British players playing. Because it's hosted in Britain, we often give wild cards to our younger or less capable players, and it can be quite fun to watch them and see how well they're doing. So there's that aspect of it. And then once they get knocked out, there's the terracotta light, which is very often in the first week. Then you start to sort of concentrate on the more experienced players and watching their matches. Of course, Britain used to have a very good player who became #1 in the world, Andy Murray. He's playing. He'll probably get through a few rounds because he's come back after injury, etc. He's playing a Brit in his first round, so we'll have a Brit in the second round, at least one. And then we've got 2 seeded players, so we'll see how well they do. But yeah, I tend to find that towards the end of the second week I get a little bit bored because the matches are so long, and so maybe I'll be tennised out by then, but I do like to watch the final. And I often colour and watch, so I used to sit and watch the whole thing from beginning to end, just sit on the sofa, do nothing but just be glued to watching it. When I was at university, because it was in the holidays, I had nothing else to do, I'd just sit and watch. It would be amazing. But nowadays, when you're grown up, it's not easy to find the time. There are chores to be done, there are children to be looked after, there's exercise to be done, there's all sorts of things. But our bee is finished anyway. So there he is, and I'm going to go and have a break and, as I say, do some editing. And yeah, we'll do a bit more of this series. Tomorrow I expect I'll record a few more. But for now, thank you so much for watching. Have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this Ivy in the Inky Butterfly series. Now we have some gemstones to do today. Now I've been having a little think about what colours to do these, and this colour here, which is the purple, is absolutely perfect, I think, for a gemstone. However, you see I've put a little bit of tape on the end of there. That is to remind me that this one bleeds the white into white pen. Now usually with a gemstone I will put some white pen on to create a shine effect, so this is to remind me that I can't do it with this colour. So bearing that in mind, I'm not going to use that colour. So I just thought I would explain that to you. If you're not going to use white pen, you could use that colour, or if you don't mind the bleed through, but it goes neon pink. So we're going to use the heather purple for some of them. Now I'd sort of thought, when I first glanced at this, oh, there's 2 there the same and the rest are the same, but they're not. So this one is sort of pointy on both ends. These 2 are the same-ish. This one is pointy and so is this one, but these 2 are different. that one's different. I thought I might do the end two the same, those two the same, and those two the same. So I'm going to start with this one, with my heather purple. And I'm going to start on the outside edge and just start putting in a lot of layers. I want an intense colour near the bottom and then to fade it up towards the top like that. It's quite simple, hopefully. It's quite a small area, so it's quite tricky to fade it, but I'm doing my best like that. Now this bit here I feel will be closest to us. This is like a flat bit, I think. So I'm going to just do a few strokes of colour, leaving some white to make it look like it's sort of catching the light and shining. And then for these last two sections, I'm going to make them darker at the top and lighter downwards. And for me that feels like this part here is closer to us, which is how it would be shaped. This bit would be further away. Usually that's how they're sort of shaped. So that's the first one. And actually you could do white on all of these black bits, or you could leave them black. And I'm wondering whether to leave them black and then I can use my purple. But I'll have a think. I'm going to do this one right at the other end in exactly the same way. So layer it up down here and then less layers up here. It's been a busy morning this morning already. We've had our railings put back on and took 4 men in the end. My husband, my neighbour and the 2 chaps that came to do it, because they had to go up quite high. They used some rope to sort of pull them up. So yeah, I couldn't look. I don't do the old heights. Oh. So let's do the ultramarine, which is our darker blue. I think I'll do these two in this, and I'm going to do them in the same way, so get lots of practice of doing this method. Now you could use several different colours, fade it in, and there's all sorts of fancy methods for doing them, but because these are small, I keep it nice and simple. It's easier for me and it's easier for you. Like that. And then the same for this one. Yeah, I was staying out the way a little bit because people up ladders gives me the heebie-jeebies. I actually had a bit of a vertigo attack. I don't know if that's the right word. When I was closing the curtains the other day because the railings weren't outside the window, and I thought, oh, the window needs cleaning. And then my brain took me to a scenario where I was cleaning the window and without the railing there. No, didn't. I am going to use this purple because I've decided not to do any white on these. I think they're looking shiny enough without white. If you want to do white on yours, use the cadmium red. I think that would work. But I quite fancy using this purple. Now for this shape of one, I usually do it darkest on the very outside and then try and fade it towards the top. Because I imagine this one, although this one, I imagine we're looking down from the top, and this is the sort of flat surface that's catching the light, and this is the bit on the ground, and this is actually a sort of upright side. So I can't describe it very well. So that's how I imagine that it's. Let's say I haven't got anything to show you, but I'm thinking. Imagine it's like a slightly 3-dimensional book. Let's say pretend that's a book. And this is the bit that's on the desk, and this bit is the higher bit, and this is the sort of side. I don't know if that helped at all. I'm just trying to decide what direction to put the shine in, but I think we should just try and keep it the same on all of them, because that would sort of be how they would do it, like that. And then the same with this one. And you can, if I was doing white on this one, I would just do it around this edge here, not on this, maybe in between a little bit, but not on this bit on the bottom, because you want that to look darker. There we go. Now for our background, I'd sort of plan that as well. I don't normally plan in advance, but I've been thinking about it a little bit. So I'm going to put a mauve behind the darker purpley ones, just quite gentle. I don't want it to fade back but it should make the white bits stand out a little bit more because there's not white paper behind, I'm hoping. Anyway, I'm just comparing them. I'm not sure. It hasn't made it any worse anyway, and I want to do a little bit of background on each one of these. So like this. It's really, I'm trying to keep it even. I find that really hard, but I'm doing my best. We have the rose pink, which I'm going to use behind the purple ones. So this is a bit different because most of ours have the same colour. Most of them have the same background, sort of background throughout. I'm sort of treating each of these as if they're a sort of separate little picture. I'm not sure what to do about these, whether to leave them so that they'll be the same colour background as this whole border or not. I have a little ponder as I do this one. What do you do? I think I might keep them the same, and in fact I think this border is going to be black. I think it would look quite good with black between them. Behind the blue one we'll use our lighter blue. This is the cerulean blue light. It's not really light, so I'm going to try and press even more gently so that we only get a little tiny bit down, so we still get blue but not too dark. Basically just kiss the paper really lightly, and you get just a gentle amount. There we go. There. I think I will put the black lines between them. When I do the background, I'll probably do it in pen, not the background, the border, but I'm going to do this in pencil because I don't have a pen in here for one reason, but also to see how it looks. I think doing the whole of the border in pencil would be quite time consuming, but it might be easier in a way than pen. I don't know, I find pen quite tricky somehow, and also gives me blisters using a pen. I don't know why, on my little finger. I think it's because I don't have to keep lifting it to sharpen, so I'm rubbing my hand down on the page more. There we go. We'll leave it like that. So that is that. It's really quite straightforward. That's all we're going to be doing today. I wanted to keep some of these videos a little shorter, partly because I haven't got lots of time, so I want to do some shorter ones, but also because you know, you can take your time on this one, and if you need a little bit extra time, then you can use that. I just noticed the sun's coming in on my page. I shall have to shut the blind. I think it's okay. I can see a bit of a shadow. It's out of shot actually of the tripod, so I shall shut the blind ready for the next video. But for now, thank you so much for watching. Have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this Ivy and the Inky Butterfly page. We're going to be doing this here today. So it's quite a interesting long, I think it looks like it's a chain with little beads on. That's how I'm going to colour it anyway. We're going to start with the grey and do some silvery touches, and then we'll fill in some colourful bits. So I'm actually going to come in closer because it's quite small. I'm going to come in as close as I can, and I have to try and remember to make sure I move across. So these pieces here I feel are links in the chain. So this is one and this is one, and the centre is empty. That's how I interpret this. You may not, but that's how I'm going to colour them. So I'm going to use the Payne's Grey This is from Castle Art Soft Touch pencils, and I'm going to go in dark near to this bead and then fade it to the centre. So we've got a little white bit there, which hopefully looks a little bit shiny to make it look like silver. And then we're just going to do the same on all of these. So once you've got this technique, you can do them all. You can see what I'm doing. I'm really working the colour in here, layering it, and then I'm lifting my pencil off as I go towards that centre so we get a lighter touch. You can do this with pens as well. I've never tried, to be honest, but apparently it works. The sort of lifting it off the page thing. I'm sticking my tongue out as I go. You don't have to do that. You can't see me, luckily. It's lucky you can't see me anyway. I'm feeling all hot and bothered. I had to give my hands a really good wash. I'd been cleaning the carpet. The balcony railings were put back on, and some sort of lubricant type oil black stuff was used to put the screws in, and somehow it got on the carpet. I don't know how, and I've been cleaning it off with it's coming off bit by bit. I'm going to have to get back to doing it. The carpet's got quite wet, so I need to leave it to dry out a little bit and then have another go. It'll come out. It'll just take a bit of work. And I'm just looking at these circles and wondering if they'll be silver as well, or whether, I think we'll put some colour in. Let's add in some colour. So if we make that all the silver, I'm looking at what colours we've got. I'm going to start with red. I think red beads, really pretty. This is the red ochre. I think I tried to use this for a different picture, it kept breaking, but I've got a nice point on it from my dowel sharpener. Now with the beads, just checking I'm in shot, which I am, you want to go around the edge in a deeper, more intense colour. So layer it up. Try not to press too hard, just gently layer, and then bring it towards the middle and make it lighter in the centre. If you can. If you can't, you can't. You can use a little dot of white pen if that's easier, but I feel this gives a slightly better effect, but it's tricky, especially when they're small like this. Now the reason I'm saying don't push down hard is because we're overgoing that outside bit over and over, round and round. If you push down hard, you'll find that when you look at the page on the back, you'll have a little mark from where you've pushed down. You don't want that. Although Johanna's paper is very good and fairly thick, you still don't want to risk that. And also, if you're doing it in other books, you don't want to get into the habit of it, because some books have much thinner paper. So it's better to try to just press lightly and let those layers build up without making a big dent in the paper. And it's quite relaxing just doing it nice and slowly. I'll move it across a bit. So you can see I'm doing all the plain circles in red. I know they're not all the same size, but that's okay. This one's a bit bigger. This one might be a good one to do first if you're if you want to practice, because it's a little larger. You can always practice this technique on some scrap paper first, but I usually just dive in and go for it. But it depends on your confidence level, really. And I know that some people get scared of spoiling their books and things like that, whereas I've got past that now after all these years of colouring. I'm also confident that I know how to rescue things that are potentially ruined by, let's put you up in the middle of it. I know that I can put black pen, I can erase, I can do all sorts of things, and get it, improve things, you know. And also if it looks really terrible, which it never does, then I just learn, you know. But I know it's hard. I'm also lucky because I've got lots of books, and so I know if you've only got a few and you haven't got much money, you don't want to ruin a page because you can't afford to buy a new one. It's tricky. Can you still see? Oh yeah, we're at the end. Oh, anyway, we'll carry on with our, this red ochre is a more orangey tone of red. I purposely went for this because we've got our gemstones up here, which are, you know, blue and pink and purple. So I thought we would do these in reds and oranges and things so that it was different to those, you know. We want some variation, I think, in the page. You know, sometimes I will use a limited colour palette and I would have wanted it the same as that, but not for this page. We've got a limited amount of colours by having a set of 24 pencils, one of which is white that we probably won't use. So that's quite enough limitation without actually saying, oh, we're just going to use a few colours. So this is our last one of these. Okay, so that's the red ochre. Now we have this one here. Now this looks to me like it's either got a sort of silvery clasp on the end or some sort of pattern, and we've got 3 of these, and I'm just trying to think about what to do, whether to do it as a silvery clasp. I think I will. I'll show you how I would do it. This is the Payne's Grey, and I'm going to make it a little darker near the edge and leave the tip white if I can, like that. And we'll do the same on this one. Just bring it a little bit more central. I've seen beads like this, but you may prefer to do it patterns, as you know, brightly coloured. There we go. And I'm going to grab my orange. It is the cadmium orange, and I think I'm actually going to do all the rest of the circles in orange because some of them are quite different to each other. So I think it's nice to tie them together a little bit. So the same technique. And I realised this got a line down the middle as if it might be several colours, but I'm just doing it in the one. Like that. Now this one, to make it look rounded, they're up there and fade towards the middle and do the same in here. And then here and here. Okay. Can we get them all in? Yeah. So here, and then just fade down. Now, of course, there would be some shadow around the edge of these clasps. It's too small for me to worry about that. You know, maybe we could half imagine that the black line is the shadow, or, you know, something like that. You could draw it in if you really want to with a black, but I think it's too small for me to be fiddling like that. So there's those two, and this one again, we do it darker at the bottom, fade towards the centre, darker at the top, fade towards the centre. So all we've got left now are these 2 lozenge shaped pieces. Now again, you could do them silver as if they're little joining bits, but I think I'm going to do them in yellow. I've got the cadmium yellow here that I think I'm going to use. So I'm going to try and make them darker top and bottom, and a bit lighter in the middle, it's going to be really difficult to see with it being yellow. But I'm just going to trust that I've done it right. It's really dark in here because I've shut the blind because the sun was everywhere. So there we go. So there is that. I'm just going to come out and show you the whole thing. I think, oh, not quite. So there we go. I'm not sure. I think my thumbnail will just be a little portion of this because it's going to look odd if I do the whole thing. But anyway, there's that. But now we've got to do a background for this. We could use the very pale yellow, but we actually used it for our bee. So I'm wondering about a very pale green, just for something different. And I think it will go the leaf green light. Now what I'm going to do is just try and put it on in a nice even amount. It's quite difficult for me to see it. I think if I layer it up a bit more, it'll be easier for me to see. I don't know if it's just me that has this problem with these sort of pale, bright sort of yellows and pale greens and can't really see whether I've got a good coverage on the paper. Although I don't know if it's just my eyesight, because I do the same when I'm using pens, and then when I look much closer I can see where I've missed. But I find it much harder with yellows and sort of this sort of colour. But I'm doing my best, and you can probably do a neater job than me anyway. Now it's tempting on these pages, because we've got a little background on everything, to maybe do one on the text bit, but I've seen people do it and it looks great. So if you want to, you know, go ahead, but obviously you'll have to colour over the text. Now I think these pencils are fine colouring over. Some pencils, if you colour over black, it can smudge it a little bit, so that's not ideal. I find Polycolour, the Kohinoor ones, do that, and the Prisma blending pencil's terrible for that. But these pencils will be fine. But I think I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, I think that's me. You can spend a little longer if you wish. I think the pale yellow might have looked good, but we've already used it. I want to do different colour backgrounds on each one, so that seemed the sort of obvious choice. Right, so that is me now for today. We are very wonky, I think. I'm very bad at, let me see, lining the text up. There we go. See, I've lined the text up at the top, but this now looks wonky, so I don't know what's going on. I don't know. But anyway, but there we go. Thank you for watching. Have a super day and pop back tomorrow, and we'll be doing these little leaves on this side. So yeah, have a good day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video from this Ivy and the Inky Butterfly series. We have this cute little line of leaves here to do today, and I'm just having a little think about what to do. I think we'll, just a bit of fluff flying around, I think we'll do them fairly conventionally and do greens and things, but you know, have a bit of a play. I'm just going to work down the column, but I'm going to come in a bit closer if I can, because they are teeny tiny. There we go. Now let's do the top one. I've got my Viridian to start with. It's a very dark bluey green, and I'm going to do it across this centre bit here where these lines are, and then just fade it a bit like that. It's a little bit of a different way to do it. Why not? And then I'm going to use my permanent green, which, yeah, it's getting a bit small, and go over the top and over the whole leaf, and we'll see how it looks. There we go. I think that's fine. Actually, I missed a bit down there, haven't I? There we go. The next one I think we'll do with a little bit of brown in. I'll start with the raw umber. And we'll do a bit of brown in the centre here where these lines are. I'm doing it quite dark across the lines and then a little bit in between as well, like that. And then we'll fade it into a green, the oxide of chrome. What I would do is I want it dark on the edges and then just sort of fade it into the brown a little bit. So I'm layering up here and then just taking a little gentle bit in towards the centre. And we'll see how that works. It's quite dark green, isn't it? I think it's okay. Looks a little bit different. I just thought we'd try some different techniques. Oh, we've got a flower. Let's move up. Now, I'm trying to think. That was the colour of background I had planned. So I'm going to do a cadmium red flower. I think it will just look really bright and it will stand out from the rest. So I'm going to make it a little darker near the centre and then a little less towards the tip. The cadmium red is slightly pinky, I think, which is rather pretty. And just doing the same for each one. It's quite a delicate business with such a small flower, but that's okay. I'm having fun with it. You could use several colours, but it's small. So one is fine. I've just gone over the centre. Whoops. I've opened the blind again now. It's the sun's gone away. I just do a cadmium yellow centre. I'm going to layer that a bit, try and make it stand out. You could do a slightly darker colour around the edge there. You know, you could grab your raw umber and just put it around the edge. But it's quite small, so it doesn't show up hugely. Okay, next leaf, we're going to use something else. What should we use? I'm going to use the phthalo green light. I'm going to do this one differently. I'm going to ignore that edge on this one. We didn't on the last leaves we did, but I'm going to on this one just so it's a bit different. And I'm going to just fade the colour down from the tip like that. And the same on this tip and on this one. Okay. So it's basically darker around the edge than in the centre. And then I'm going to grab my leaf green light and go over the whole thing so that it blends in, fills the gap and gives us a lighter middle. Now, I'm not trying to base these on any sort of realistic looking leaves. I just thought we would do them in a different way to the other leaves that we've done on the page to give you a few different ideas on how to colour leaves. Now, again on this one we've got some lines in the middle. We'll do it slightly differently. Oh, excuse me. We'll use the sap green this time. This is the only green we haven't used. We'll go across this middle section, but we'll also put a bit on this side. And fade it a bit towards the edges like that, just a little bit different. And I'm going to use the terracotta light to go around the edge and just blend it into the green a little bit, just overlap it and scumble it in. we go. Okay, we've used all our greens. I do want all the leaves to have some green in there, so we'll use one again. What should we do with this one? Let's do a selection of greens. Let's start with the Viridian. Where are you, Viridian? Here you are. Oops, Viridian. And we'll put a little bit at the bottom, quite hard, and then fade it a bit up here and just taper it off like that. Then we're going to grab the sap green. We're going to go right over that bit completely and then taper that up a little bit like that. Then we're going to use, is the permanent green? No. Then we're going to use this one, the leaf green light, and again going over a bit that we've done already and sort of tapering it up a bit. And we're going to end with some yellow. Oops, but we're going to use the golden yellow. It's a bit paler than the cadmium. And I'm going to put this all over the leaf so that we can blend it all together. It might dull that green a bit, which is probably good because it's a bit fluorescent-y or neon-y. There we go. And we get a sort of rainbow leaf. And lastly, we have what looks like an oak leaf. We did one before with lots of browns and greens. We'll do this one a little bit differently. Oh, excuse me. Nose is running away. Need to catch it. I'm going to start with the oxide of chrome on this one. I'm going to, I know, we'll go from bottom and start to fade up like that, and then we'll go from top and start to fade down like that, and then I'm going to grab the phthalo green light and go over the top of it. And take the colour further up. Like that. So I want to make sure this edge looks darker and the centre can look a little bit shiny. I think it probably needs a little less shine than that. But there. Now we have our background to do, so I'm going to come out a little so you can see them all. Is that all in shot? Just about. I'll come out a tad in case I knock the book. Now I decided that I was going to do the background in rose pink because our red that we used is pinkish. I just thought it would work. We'll see, won't we? So like all our other backgrounds, it just needs to be a gentle application of colour. And trying to keep it fairly even. As I've said before, I find keeping things even really quite difficult. In a smaller space it's easier, but I've always found it hard. I used to try and do backgrounds which were just one dark even colour. So difficult. You know, you could layer and layer colour, and I made mistakes, like I would always start in the same place and then with the second layer I'd start in that place again, and it would end up just being really thick in one corner and messy in others. Whereas now I would learn, like, this is my first layer, my second layer, I'm not going to start there, I'm going to start here where I sort of may have run out of enthusiasm or whatever. You know, I find I don't do such a good job as I go through. So you could just leave it at one layer anyway. It doesn't need to be dark. I don't want it to be dark background. I mean, you might want it dark. I don't want mine to be dark. I've tended to keep the backgrounds reasonably light. There we go. Let's give that another brush. There it is. So I'm just going to try and straighten the book up a bit. There we go for the photo. Taking a photo while I finish. So thank you for watching. I hope that was okay. Felt quite quick, but they are quite small. But we've got yeah, we've got a few other things. These flowers are confusing me, so we'll have a look at those. I don't know what this to do with this space here, but we'll see. I'll figure it out, and yeah, we'll do one, and then we'll do them differently. So we'll do one for one video, one for another. But for today, that's all you've got. That's all you get. There'll be another video later, so you'll get something more later. But for this one, that's all. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this Ivy and the Inky Butterfly series using Castle Arts Botanical pencils. I had said I was going to do these two flowers separately in separate videos, but I've just had a close look at them, and the border that goes around them is actually joined together. So I think I'm going to do them as a pair, but they still won't be identical. We'll do them slightly differently to each other. You might want to do them the same. I did in my first copy of the book, and I felt easier with doing them the same, but I'm going to do them differently and challenge myself. I haven't really just made any decisions about colours and things yet though. I think I will start with the greenery on this one, and I want something light and something dark. So I'm going to start with the sap green for my slightly darker green, and do this stem here first. This is a very fine stem, so I'm not worried about doing any sort of shading on it. I'm just going to get it coloured in, and do the same with this one, and then we can play around with the rest. So that's that bit done. Now we have these bits. I'm going to just fade them towards the tip, and we'll use our second colour for that. Now here, I want this to be darker here, but also darker at the tip, I think. So we're going to fade that into the centre. We'll do the same with all of them. So more intense here, so more layers down here, and less towards the centre. There we go, and it's going to be the same on this side. So just fade that colour down from the tip, and this one. And then up from the bottom. Now I'm coming towards the end of this series. I'm probably already making my next one, hopefully, if I'm well organised by the time you see this. I'm going to put a bit each side, but I'm happy to take requests if there are any pages you want done. I know some of you say, oh, I'd already done that page. For example, I'm going to use the leaf green light to finish these off. So if there's any particular pages that you want done out of any books, let me know. I may have already done them, I may not have the books, but you know, let me know. I think I'm just going to go over it all. Might not look very nice actually, but I'm doing it now. So yeah, let me know what you want. I'm working currently in books that have sort of mini pages like this that are good for series. I'm just going to go back to my sap green and blend it in a bit better. here. So I've obviously got this ivy book. I've got World of Flowers, which way, and I have got Lost Ocean, which I'm on the go with. That's Johanna. I've got all of Rita Berman's books as well. There were some from Europa I was thinking of doing, but maybe I think I forgot to put the light green on that one. But maybe I might have started recording those by the time this goes out. So that's the leaves on that one, and I'm going to do these with the same technique but a different colour. I don't know how it's going to work, and I don't know how it's going to sit with me once I'm done. But Viridian, I keep thinking they need to be the same. So, like we did with the last one, just an intense layer for our stem. Yeah, so I also have other books that I have. Well, you could just give me an author, but I've got Lulu Mayo's new book, Monsters book, and I've got her Sweet Things and Million Creatures, I think it's called. 3 of hers. I have got Kirby's Worlds Within Worlds and Imagimorphia. I've got Melpomene, Chatzipanagio, 2 Circle of Life and Nature's Mandalas. I have got all of Hannah Carlson's books, nearly all of Maria Trolle's books. Actually, not all of Hannah Carlson's. She's got a compilation book of people that I don't have. But most of her books, all her sort of main books. And Maria Trolle, have I got all of hers? Maybe one I haven't got. It might be Droom Rice. Is that how you say it? I've got no idea. And what else have I got that you might like? Layla Dooley, Hello Green Light, Flower Year, and her new book, Beautiful Planet. So I'm just going over it all now. These two blend together much better than the ones on that side. Actually, I might have to put down some more Viridian so you can see more of a difference. I probably didn't put it down hard enough. I'm trying to think what else I've got. If you watch my completed pages videos, you'll see what I've got. I'm going back to the Viridian to put some darker, to make this darker. That's better. Yeah, so if there's anything, so for mornings I like to do a sort of page with little pictures in, so you can sort of break it down. And then in the for the afternoons it varies. So I might do a big page and split it into bits, or just a one-off bit, something like that. So yeah, it's always good to have a few opinions on what you like. Okay, that's better. So there we have our sort of matching, but not. And we're going to do the flowers. I think this tone of green would go better with oranges, and this tone would go better with pinks and purples and blues. So I'm going to do these, I'm going to do orange, cadmium orange. And the way I'm going to colour these is make them darker from the base. So layer it down quite heavily there, lots of layers, and then less up towards the top, just sort of fading it a bit. Now I think these shapes are supposed to represent that the petal is slightly curled and there's some darker colouring in there, some shadows I should say. So we're going to use a darker colour to do that. Just get this down. So I'm going to use the red ochre to put in these bits. If that's not what it's meant to be, it doesn't really matter. And I'm just going to put in some lines here where Johanna's drawn, just to shape it a little bit. And then this one I'm going to use, I think, yeah, the heather purple, or the fir purple for the, oh, hang on, no, I'm going to use the, sorry, we need a lighter one first, use the mauve. So this is going to be a little bit paler. It's harder to fade a lighter colour, but I'm going to do my best. That's it. And then we'll use the heather purple for the darker areas. So here it is, the fir purple. You don't have to do this little bit if you don't want to, the drawing the lines in. Okay, so now we have our sort of background to deal with. I'm trying to think of a colour that would work with both, and that's quite tricky. I think yellows would, but we've used those already. So I'm thinking maybe, oh, but we could use, yeah, thinking maybe the terracotta light might work. So I'm going to use that, the back, this edge here, and it actually goes all the way around the whole plant, so I'll just be trying to keep it evenish, as even as I can. I don't put pressure on myself to make it perfect, and you can tell from looking at the finished picture that I haven't done that, but if I did I wouldn't enjoy it. And even though I'm, you know, doing this video to sort of encourage help and you, I don't feel the pressure to make it absolutely perfect. I think it wouldn't be fun for me, so I probably wouldn't be still doing it, to be honest. But also I think for you guys, it probably helps you know that it's okay not to be perfect. Nobody is anyway. And, you know, there are people that are absolutely amazing and very neat and things like that, but I'm just not that neat. Although neater than some people, like my husband. His art's neat, it's just his whole, yeah, I was looking at our bedroom because I was sorting out some washing this morning, and like beside my bed, on my bedside table, I have 3 books, an alarm clock and a telephone. It's a landline phone, you know. On his bedside table, I couldn't even count the amount of stuff that was on there. You know, there was a tablet, I think. There were 2 laptop computers. No, one's on the bed. One was on the bed, one was on the table. Books, pens, all sorts of things cluttered everywhere. And then he's also got the top of the wardrobe. We've got a low wardrobe because our ceiling slopes in the corner of our bedroom from a staircase that we put in for the loft access. So we've got a short wardrobe, which worked really well. And it's sort of for hanging shirts and things, which is perfect. The top of that is all covered in his stuff. And then the chest of drawers, which is a tall boy, as they call them, is covered in, it's got a couple of storage boxes of mine with our wedding memorabilia in. So things like the cards we were given and all those sorts of things, the menu and the invitation, a copy of an invitation and things like that. So it's got all that in it, and another hat box with things from the children, so their first pair of shoes, drawings they did, all the cards we had when they were born, my photographs from when the scans when I was pregnant, all those, you know, all the things you keep. So I've got a couple of those, but there's his stuff all around it as well. But I think I could probably suggest that we get a few storage boxes for some of the stuff, really. Now these pieces that Johanna's drawn in, I quite like the thought that they might be set back in the picture, and I think the way to do that is to colour them in darker than the background. It may or may not work. So I'm going to try this burnt umber for these, and hoping that they look like they're sort of underneath, lower down, I don't know. But even if they don't, they'll match the background, I think. So again, even colouring, but I want it a little bit darker. So I'm doing a couple of layers as I go. But yes, as I say, trying to keep it even, but it won't be because I'm not that good. So yes, I was looking at, you know, neatness wise with my work, he's neater than me, you know, with his art, he's much neater. But with our general attitude, I'm much neater and tidier. But I'm slowly trying to get the house a bit better and tidier and neater. We've got a whole pile of stuff to take to the charity shop as it is, from the boys' A-levels. I got them a lot of revised guides and things, but they don't need to keep them because they've already got their place at university, so they know they won't be resitting anything. So we're going to pop them in the charity shop, and hopefully someone else who can't afford to buy one new will be able to benefit and get one second hand, and their child will be able to benefit. Now I finished this, I can see a few gaps in my background. The terracotta light, so I'm just going to go over that again. Actually, I think it'll look better if it's a little bit darker because of the other brown being darker. You may prefer it lighter, do it to your taste, not mine. I don't want the backgrounds too dark, none of them are, but I think it'll be okay. I'm just looking, I did a dark brown background for the bees on the other page, which look quite cute. If you haven't done the other page, the right hand side, I have got the videos for all of those, which I said at the beginning of the series. I might try and put them in perhaps I should put them in a playlist with these. That might make it easier. If you're a channel member, you might have a compilation of that page anyway available. Members have got over 100 compilation videos of series that I've made, all put into one video. So they get those, and they'll get this series, for example, as a compilation and a bit early. So they get to, as a thank you for paying for membership, they get early access, but everybody gets it all. It's just in a compilation, so they get all the videos in one rather than singles. And it's just a way of I could give them early access. It was a bit complicated to do it that way, so I decided the way I did it I felt was a little less complex somehow, because you can give members early access and then make them available to all later, and I might do that sometime as well, but at the moment I do it this way. Okay, I think that's done. I'm happy with that one. Just realised we did some dark and light brown swirls on our bee, but it wasn't really the background, so it looks a bit different. But yeah, there's a pair of flowers. I think they work together okay. The brown doesn't go as well with this one as this one, but I think it works. I'm excited about tomorrow's crown. I've got to go and sort some washing out, so I can't do it. Boo-hoo. But oh, why do washing when I could be colouring? Anyway, hope you have a really super day. Have fun, do some colouring, chill, and yeah, I'll see you tomorrow hopefully. So happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this Ivy in the Inky Butterfly series. We have this very elegant looking crown to colour today. As with the others, I have my Castle Arts Botanical pencils, and we're going to start the crown. We're going to do it gold, and let's just get going. So I'm going to start with my darkest colour, which is my burnt umber. Now I want my darkest areas to be this back part of the crown, where there would be some more shadow on the gold. So I'm going to apply a fair bit in here, like that, and then scumble it out so that it fades a little bit. And the same here. However, I still want some dark on my edges as well. So I'm going to put some here, but I'm not going to layer it up quite so much. It's a little bit lighter, and the same here. Excuse me, I've just had lunch. Horse. I didn't eat a horse, don't worry. That'd be a bit extreme, wouldn't it? That'd be a lot to eat. Raw umber. No, I don't eat meat. I don't like it. Anyway, a silliness. So we're just extending this dark colour here and here. This might not look so shiny, this back part, but the idea is to try and get some shine on this bit. So try not to get it on the gemstones and things, but if you do, you do. Try not to get too worried about it. Now these bits here and here and here, they could be done in two different ways. You could do them as if they're a little bit higher than the rest, so there'd be some shadow under it, and put them in still gold. But I think I might make it slightly easier and do them in silver, so they're a different colour. I think it'll be easier that way. So we'll ignore them completely for now. There we go. So next, our next darkest in these is the, hang on, the terracotta light is the next one, but so actually we'll use that one, not the yellow ochre. I've got them in the wrong order in my tin. Terracotta light. Now here we're quite near to the tip of this, so I'm actually going to just leave that tip with nothing in, like that, and just leave it like that for now. I may feel I want to add a little more to it. So here we're just going over the top of what's here already and just extending that colour across our crown, like that. I have a feeling I've got a tutorial for a crown that's really like this one. I don't know whether it's this one from my other version of the book or what, but I'm not sure. I have got quite a few crown tutorials though. Johanna draws them fairly often, and I do like to colour them. Okay, So now we're going to move to our yellow ochre. This isn't going to be our last colour, so we need to leave space for a second colour and for some shine in white. I am just going to go over this bit, but I'm not going to extend that into that top area. I think it will just help to blend those colours together a little bit more. Going all the way over this and just taking it further towards the centre there. Because although we're going to leave a little bit of white, it's not going to be very much. So we do need to take up some space. There we go. And the same on this little bottom bit. I've missed a few bits there, so just try and go over them a bit. Trying not to go on the gemstones. It's quite hard for me to stay in the lines, but I shall do my best. This one's quite sharp, so that helps. That is why I do like a sharp pencil, because otherwise I just can't, I have no chance of staying in the lines. And then our very final colour is going to be our cadmium yellow. So it's a very bright colour, and I'm going to use it on here because it will really brighten it up. Maybe it won't make a huge difference, but I'm going to use it over all of it. I do find the final bright yellow, it's nice to have it over everything. And it just warms everything up a bit. So we'll bring it towards the centre. Just going to leave a little bit of white, and we'll see. It's best to leave a largish area, and then you can make it smaller if you feel it's too big. Whereas if you go in too much too early, then it's sort of too late. There we go. Oh, I don't know why I've got a frog in my throat. I probably ate too much, I don't know. Had toast and dipped in extra virgin olive oil. It's delish. And I had a bit of tuna as well. I don't eat a lot of meat and fish. I don't like meat at all, but I'm not massively keen on all types of fish, but I don't mind a bit of tuna. Now we're going to do our silver with our Payne's grey. I'm going to start the bottom because I think that's the easiest, and we want to darken it there and then just lighten it towards the centre, leaving a white mark in the same place we have for the gold. Now with these it's a little more tricky. This has got lighter towards here, so I might just do the same thing, make it darker here and lighter up there. I don't want to leave too much white, but just a tad. I'll do that on this one. Now ideally for these bits I would have thought they might be rounded, and I'd want to do it darker on the edges. There just really isn't the space. So for this bit I'm going to make it shine in the centre of each bit, so a bit darker down here and lighter here. I don't know if that'll work with the gold that I've shined, but like that. Now there isn't quite enough contrast for me, so I'm going to grab some black to do a few dark areas. So down here on the very edge of here, and the very edge of here, and the same over here, just to sort of emphasise that dark bit. It can help to make the shine look more obvious if you have a bigger contrast between light and dark. Now, under this layer of silver I want some shadow, so I'm going to use my black to pop that in under there to make it look like that is sticking out a little bit. That's how I'm hoping it's going to look anyway. And the same all the way on this piece. Try to make your shadow a little bit lighter where the gold is lighter. if you can. We'd put some under the gemstones because they'll be sticking out. I'm going to sneeze. I'm hoping I'm not going to sneeze. Try hold it in. And under here, they line it a little bit towards the middle. I always find it quite difficult putting shadow underneath something round, but I try my best. I think I might put a little bit above that one. Okay, now our gemstones. Now, regal colours, purple, red. Sorry if I blow my nose while I'm thinking, I might not sneeze. Yeah, purple, red, sort of opal greens, that sort of thing. I'm going to start actually with the green. I'm going to use the phthalo green light, and I'm going to use it for these teeny tiny ones here. Now ideally I would want to leave some white for shine, but I really don't think I'm going to achieve that, they are too small. I'm also going to make these green. Just having a think. I think I'm going to do a diagonal shine like that. I don't know if that has actually worked very effectively. No, I'm going to put a really light layer on top so it's all green, and then overemphasize those shine bits like that. That's better. And I'm going to make these green here, trying to leave a lighter bit in the middle. I think I'm going to make them all the same. You could make them different colours, but I can't do them all the same. I just realised a place that I could do is putting a bit of black. I'm going to grab my ivory black, whoops, and in here. Go. Now these ones I'm thinking I'm going to do with the heather purple, or the fur purple. So we'll do this outside part first, a bit darker here and lighter up there. It's getting bright. I don't know if the sun's going to come in. It may have maybe at the wrong angle now. I'm going to use the same angle here to put some shine on the tops of these, like that. And these last ones I'm going to do in red. I'm going to use the cadmium red, and we're going to do a light layer. And then some shine lines. There we go. Now we have this sort of outside part to do. I'm thinking I might just use some of the colours I've used already. So I've got this red in my hand, and I'm going to do these dots in red. Like that, but these sort of leaf-like parts, I think I'm going to use a different colour. I think I use the Viridian, or else it will be a little bit too samey because they're right close to these, but I feel like they're leaves, and I'm going to make them darker each end. So darker here and fade towards the middle, then darker here and fade towards the middle. Looks a bit messy. Got a bit of a line in the paper, that's it. The paper had a bit of a dent in it, so occasionally that happens in paper. I couldn't colour it right. There Yeah, that's okay. I'm just checking. I'm sitting back and having a little look. And do the same. And now I'm sort of pondering a background while I'm doing this. We don't want to do browns because we've got that over here. We've used yellows already. Could do mauve, I'm thinking. That's where my brain is at the moment. We've done pink, light blue. I'm thinking mauve might be good because it'll pick out the purpley colours, the heather purple. And purple is always a regal colour because it was the most expensive dye, so only the richest people could afford it. And so at one point in time, we've done a bit of mauve under, I put my hand over, you can't see, over some of the gemstones. But, so I've used that one already. So I think I can't use that again. So I might be using orange. What do you think? You're shouting no, or are you shouting yes? Or a darker green? No. A darker blue? Maybe the ultramarine. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Ultramarine. Let's do that. I'm going to do it quite lightly though, because you can see it's quite a dark colour. Yeah, so in years gone by, of course, people wanted to show off if they were wealthy and buy the most expensive things. So the royalty would have the purple just to show off their opulence. These days in the UK, certainly, royalty try not to be like that. They don't want to show off in the same sort of way. So they tend to certainly rewear clothing that rather than always having a new outfit for every occasion, and perhaps not always have really expensive things. It depends whether it's appropriate or not, where they're at, you know, what sort of place they're going to. They obviously will use a designer and get something really special when there's an occasion, like a wedding or whatever. But if it's day-to-day wear, tend not to be so opulent as they used to. And I think the UK royal family want to show that they're worthy of their position, that, you know, they're being sort of looked after by the public in a way, or paid. So they want to make sure that they live up to that and don't look like they're wasting the money. And I mean, it's hard because obviously they can't just hop on a bus to get to places, so sometimes, you know, have to have a private jet, things like that. You can't just go on a plane, a normal plane. But when it comes to, apparently the king has turned all the heating down in all of his buildings to try and save money. Oh, I've gone massive out of the lines there, but I'm not worried about that. I'm going to leave that like that because I don't want it too thick and dark. I think we need to make sure the crown stands out, but it does. So yeah, I'm going to leave that one like that. There it is in its regal glory. So yes, thank you for watching. We've got our very last one to do tomorrow, which is really exciting, and then we'll have the whole double page done, and I'll do the border. I won't do the border on video. I have already decided what I'm going to do, but I will reveal it tomorrow, or maybe when I reveal the completed page, which will be on my Facebook or my Instagram. But you have to wait just a little bit longer for that. But thank you so much. Have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the very last video in this series from Ivy and the Inky Butterfly. We have this pretty little vine to do to just finish off, and I've got to have a look. I'm looking at this one, which is very similar, and trying to think about doing it in a slightly different way so it's not the same. So I shall have a think, and while I chatter, we're using our Castle Arts Botanical pencils. The big reveal, what am I doing for the border? I'm going to use a gold pen, a gold Posca pen, acrylic. That's what I'm going to use for my border. I'm not going to do that on video. I should do it when I'm editing this. It'll give me something to do, and I'll do it then, and I will show a completed picture of the double page spread on my Instagram and my Facebook, and that will appear it'll probably appear tomorrow morning on Instagram and tonight on Facebook in my time, so you'll see it fairly soon. But let's crack on. Now the grass, I'm looking at what's been done here. I'm going to do something different, as I said, so let's come in a bit closer so you can actually see what I'm doing, because it's quite fine, isn't it, the grass? Alright, I'm coming in as far as I can. There we go. Right, I'm going to do the grass in oxide of chrome, because I know that isn't how it was done on the other page. So I'm going to start at the bottom with more layers and just lighten it up a little bit towards the tip, and do that the same for all of them. All the way along. I was holding my breath then, I don't know why. So I'm just going to go back along and make sure those bottom parts are quite intense, because I'm just going to lighten the tips slightly with the leaf green light. You can use a yellow for this as well if you wish, or not do it at all if you don't want to. It is quite fine work. There we go. Now I've decided that because the over here it's sort of regular greens, it looks like I've used sap green, permanent green, something like that. I'm going to use the Viridian and the Phthalo Green lights. We get a very different type of green. So I'm going to use the Viridian to start with for all the vine work. Now it's quite fine, so I'm not going to worry too much about light and shade, but I've made it darker at the bottom here and it's a bit lighter here. This tendril here I'm making darker here and lighter there, and I'm going to make that darker towards the edge of the leaf. Okay, and then up. How much can you see? Okay, keeping this reasonably light as we go up, and then from here that's going to be a bit darker there, like that, and here dark on the end, a bit lighter there. That's that, and we'll do the other ones as well before we move on and do the leaves. So dark and then a bit lighter. Sort of, I'm trying to do it slightly darker near the ends of the tendrils and near where it joins the leaf, and then a bit lighter for the rest. I don't know quite how visible it is, but it makes a little bit, actually I can see it in camera, it's a bit of a difference. Here's our next one. Basically got 4 pieces here, and it's all going to be fairly similar, but makes it relaxing sometimes. I find if you've got a similar repeating thing, it means that you don't have to keep thinking about what to do, because it's all the same. Just looks nice, and our last one. This looks like ivy to me, but I don't know if that's what it is. Now I might put some of the lighter green on these vines, or I might just leave them. Oh, the sun's coming out. I could really do with going for a walk. I haven't been for a bit. But anyway, we'll see. Right, leaves. I'm going to make the leaves darker here and then lighter towards the tip. I'm going to leave that bit. We're going to come in with the second colour later. So just layer it up a bit nearer to the vine. I'm also thinking about the background colour. I was thinking pink, but I've done pink. So maybe mauve. Maybe mauve. I think it would match. Yeah. Gosh, you think I started the right hand page 2 years ago, and I've done hardly any work in this book since, really, only a few pages. But I've got another page I want to do this month for me. I did a page with Ivy's face to try out my Black Widow skin tone pencils, and the opposite page needs to match, and I'm going to do that, I think, at some point, maybe even this weekend, although I have to make sure the I do the pen for the back of this, for the edge of this first, and it needs to dry. Just don't want to shut the book with wet pen, although no, because the borders don't line up. This outside edge might line up with this outside edge, but the each little square isn't the same size, so it could be a complete disaster. I always, if I use any sort of pen, I always leave it to dry for overnight so that I'm absolutely sure I'm not going to be smudging anything. Okay, now I'm going to grab the phthalo green light and finish off. So I'm going to do, I just realised I coloured that and didn't show you. I'm sorry, I didn't move the book, did I? Oh dear. So I'm just going to colour over the lighter areas. I hadn't decided whether to do the vine, but I think it needs it. I think this would look better if the this green was a slightly lighter shade, but we need a bluey green to sort of match in, so it's all we've got. If you've got the full set of castles, then you might pick something a bit lighter, a mint green maybe, or maybe the teal might work. I'm not sure, it might be a bit too bluey. There we go. I'm just doing it quite gently because I want us to still be able to see that there is a difference in colour. Yeah, I'm sorry you didn't see that top one, I forgot to move the book. It happens. I haven't done it for a long time, but anyway, these things happen. I remember I used to do it a fair bit, and then I watched a live from Johanna Basford and she did it, and I was quite relieved that it's not just me. You know, I realised she isn't like a, she's not really used to doing these online things, so, and I am, so I haven't really got an excuse. But, you know. Right, I'm going to do the background now, as I said, in mauve, but I'm going to come right out. You do. There we go. It's just going to be plain colouring, and so you can colour along Let's come a bit closer so you can read it. So I hope everyone's doing okay. I hope you're doing some colouring today, whether you're doing it now while you're watching, whether it's this or something else, or whether you're making some time or for another relaxing hobby or craft or whatever that you do. I know some people have lots of different hobbies. They don't have time to colour every day, but it's not something they aim for, whereas I don't have any other hobbies really, apart from sort of popping out walking and things. So colouring is my thing, so I make sure I do some every day. Some days it's only 5 minutes, but most days it's a lot more, perhaps nearly all day. So even when I'm editing videos I try and do a bit, because well, editing is boring. Often it's just exporting or importing and files and things. There's nothing to do. Don't just sit there and watch it. But I make my thumbnails and then crop the pictures, the photos of each bit, and then that's that. So it isn't too much work. Okay, it's quite quick this, but this particular purple is going down quite smoothly. It's quite pale, but I'm going to not worry about doing a second layer. I quite like that it's pale. And it looks quite different to this side. If I do another layer it might be the same darkness as that, and I think it's quite nice. It looks different. Now, as I say, I've just gone over the line again like I did with the crown there. It doesn't matter because I'll be putting a gold pen over that. I shall use my Posca pen. I've got a fairly new one, so it should be nice and full, but you can use any gold pen. Of course you don't have to do it gold, you want to do something completely different. Okay, so there is that one. Let's zoom out a little bit so you can see this whole page. There's the whole page. And I expect it'd be nice to see the whole double page, wouldn't it? Let's take that out actually. There we go. But of course I haven't finished it yet. As I say, I will put a gold border and I will retake a photo so that you can see. But there we go. I'm just having a look and trying to choose my favourite picture. I like the key. I like the door. I like these better. Why do I like... Maybe that's why I did that page, because I prefer it. I like this crown though. That was fun. So yeah, it's I just love colouring doors. So that's that one. But there we go. There is the complete page. So that's rather fun. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I hope you have a super day. And yeah, see you tomorrow for the next series, whatever that might be. But for now, have a good day and happy colouring.